Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Lord's third day of the County Championship match here in Division 2. A bright, sunny day, that's the first thing we want to note. Obviously, this game needs a fair old bit of time. It's a run fest here at Lord's in this one against Glamorgan. 620 the visitors put on in their first innings. Middlesex in a pretty good position themselves, 138 for 1 in reply. The Kookaburra ball not offering a great deal of assistance to the bowlers. So it's all about the overheads, really. The underfoots have been absolutely perfect. Carl McDermott there just doing the final finishing touches ahead of the third day. It was quite the second day here at Lord's. Sam Northeast going past Graham Gooch's record of 333 against India in 1990. Northeast 335 not out before declaring the Glamorgan skipper. Let's have a look back on the day 2 highlights. A bit of movement back in on that one, but guided nicely. It started wide enough. Northeast into the 190s. First boundary of the second day. That's run away again, just width once more from the skipper. And his opposite number makes him pay. Well, there you go. If you're off on that length as well, you're going to be punished. Glorious shot by Ingram. Just over pitched. As his face in his hands, Roland Jones, we've just been saying there's no room. And there it is. Gentle push out to deep cover, and Sam Northeast moves to 200. 279 deliveries, the first innings of the season. And Northeast has a double century for Glamorgan here at Lord's. It's been outstanding. Onto the legs. Down the slope. Leg side. Punished for more. It was a simple. And there's another one.
Find himself hiked into the stands. Brooks there, looking a bit laboured as he ran to the ball.
There's the couple for Ingram's 50. Or Northeast's. One of the biggest shots we've seen from him in a while. He's played with so much time. And that's his 250. Brilliant way to bring it up.
Bottom edge, and he'll get 4 there, I think, on this. I feel the makes a valiant effort, but
oh, dearie me. Flogs that one for 6. Down the ground. And there's his second 6 of the innings. Northeast moves to 276. Goes again. And it goes for 6 again. Into the Allen stands. Brooks watches it sail. It's the 500 up. Gets it through, does he? Yes, he does. Big dive on the ropes from Joe Cracknell. Hooks him fine. Bamber again. Oh dear. Well, hopefully he's all right first and foremost, but he has thrown himself around on the ropes today, Bamber. Oh, goodness me. There's a pick-up. Mind yourself. Evasive action in the mound stands. Goes hard. Gets it away, and there it is. The 300 for Sam Northeast. Gets it fine past the fielder at 45. The helmet comes off. A triple century at Lord's. Joins a very elite list and is not far away. And there's the century for Ingram. Little punch to the air. Can't take away from a century for Lord's, even with what the man opposite him has achieved. Northeast with 301. Ingram 105. Gets it away this time. He's tried that a few occasions. Sam Northeast. He's on to 305 and he goes past Nick Knight's 303. Down the ground, goes after him and goes all the way for 6. 311. Northeast powers on. Use of the feet. Gets hold of it, gets all of it. All the way, another 6 in the over. And Sam Northeast is now the second highest scorer. Hooked away, it's going to be another boundary. Ingram moves to 109. Now, oh, he's dropped it for 6. Brooks, he had it all the way it seemed. He was wary of the rope. He's dropped it for 4 indeed, signalled by the umpire.
We were nervously hanging on.
Oh, Ingram goes big now. Where's that one gone? It's one of the biggest so far from Ingram, so we can see how far back that did go. Now, that's
6
big.
more.
That's very big. 328. Northeast moves to. There it is. The record at Lords for Sam Northeast. 334 runs. He moves past Graham Gooch. Raises his bat. He's well aware. History is made at Lords. Gooch, he took a 64-year record from Jack Hobbs. Leg side with that one, and Middlesex and Robson are off the mark for the season with a boundary. That'll feel a little bit better. Oh, lovely shot. Classic Robson, full face of the bat, just offers it. That's Robson when he's at his best, really, isn't it?
Lovely extra cover drive, he'll feel better for that. But I'd say, just going back to that, I mean, Nathan Fernandez has played quite well. The sort of
first full stroke.
Always along the ground, thick outside edge. I think that's going to just beat the outfielder. Yep, 4 more runs. So 3rd boundary for Sam Robson, moves on to 13.
Stage of attack from McCoy around the wicket. Yeah, 4 runs. I'm not quite sure.
Good shot by Robson, that, to be fair.
It's nicely done. Just provide a little bit of confidence growing.
Well, you hope so. You hope so. Again, not a. I say it's not a chance. It's all the way along the ground down to 4.
Gorgeous. Sam Robson at his best. Back foot punch. Everything well oiled there. Nicely done. That'll feel good for Stoneman. 50 up for Middlesex. First 50 partnership of the season for the opening pair. Well, that will feel very good. Back-to-back boundaries for Stoneman. Cracking shot. That's lovely. 4 ball from Harris. We said it so many times with the Middlesex bowlers, if they were even slightly off. Nice shot by Robson. There's 2 in tight on that onside at mid-wicket. Hamza has a little look. Oh, he's got him. Well, gets through. Top of middle, top of off. Miles strikes again at Lords. That one got up and sat up. Put away by Stoneman. Very good from Max Holden. Nice offering of the bat, open face. Oh, that slips out. Clipped away comfortably. Oh, now he's gone again at it. This time the first of the 2 short mid wickets dives to his right. There was a cry catch. Oh well. We said hitting down the ground is the thing. Look at the wagon wheels in this match. It's all about square of the wicket or straight down the ground, and Stoneman deciding that was in the slot to go. Gets it away this time. Snap of the wrists. Little loose first up from Douthwaite. Half volley for Holden, put away. Lovely shot. Dabbed to the offside by Holden. And another day of dominance from the bat, but in particular, that man in the middle of the shots, Sam Northeast. Quite an extraordinary day with the bat for Middlesex and for Glamorgan. Plenty of runs to be had. Middlesex will hope that's the case again today. They've lost Sam Robson, as we saw last night. Still there, though, Max Holden. He's with Mark Stoneman, who has gone past his 50. I'll be hoping for another big one today. We'll hear what he has to say to Steve Fletcher just now after last night's close of play.
Mark Stoneman, thanks for coming out to join us. First and foremost, well batted today. Fantastic knock, 62 unbeaten.
Yeah, it's just nice to get in the battle there with a couple of partnerships, just to try and knock the initial wind out of Glamorgan Sales when they came out there full of confidence. Obviously, you haven't put on a mammoth score, and we were certainly up against it. Still got so much work to do in this game, but it's a positive to take from the first couple of days. So yeah.
Spoke to Henry Brooks yesterday and Tom Helm, and they said bowling with the Kookaburra ball, it seems to do a bit for the first 10-15 overs and then quietens down. Did you find that batting out there a little bit tricky early on?
Yeah, there's a little bit with the new ball. Then it goes pretty quiet, and then sort of there's a hint of reverse a little bit at times there towards the back end. But all credit to the ground staff. They've worked the socks off and produced a hell of a wicket really for this time of year. Obviously the Cooker ball doesn't do as much as the Duke, but I think still credit to the ground staff, the way they've prepared not only the match pitch, the nets on the nursery have been outstanding as well, so credit to them.
Fantastic partnership of 79 with you and Sam Robson there to open up the innings before Sam got a good ball to see him off. Batting alongside Sam, the pair of you have had great success in the past. You must be looking forward to forging a good opening partnership again this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's pretty simple. We're pretty easygoing characters. Just try and get on with the job. You know, it's not complicate things too much, and seem to gel quite nicely. So it's always good to get into a rhythm with him. And so once we see off that new ball, both have different areas of scoring, which does offer challenges to the opposition bowlers.
And then 59 put on with Max Holden, who came in at 3. You've obviously got Lewis Deploy coming in at 4 behind him. Lewis coming into the squad, a player obviously you've played against before. He settled in really well. How much of a benefit will it be to youngsters like Jack Davies and Nathan Fernandez to have yourself, Sam, someone like Lewis in that squad to offer their experience to those youngsters?
Yeah, massive. And obviously, like having someone there with that experience and sort of calibre at number 4 is just, hopefully he gets to sit around and watch for a lot more time tomorrow. But just the conversations he's going to be able to have with the younger batters as they're waiting, sort of assessing sort of fields, plans that opposition are going about and stuff like that, it's invaluable really. It's just sort of forging those relationships so that learning can take place.
Weather looks set fair for tomorrow, Rocky. I guess the plan for the morning is just to literally bat time, take as much of that lead out as we can, and then just keep building. Yeah,
ultimately, like, we're miles behind in this game, but there's points to be had. You know, as a batting unit, it's our job after a pretty dreadful year last year that we turn things around and we rack up plenty of batting points and get a foothold in the game. You know, try and keep Glamorgan out there as long as possible. And cricket's a funny old game, but that's the big picture. I think just got to get through that first half hour, get the partnership established again, and just do some hard work.
Marcus, we're now being drowned out by the hover covers. Thanks for your time. Well batted today, and good luck tomorrow.
Mark Stoneman speaking to Stephen Fletcher at the close of play yesterday. So midway through the match, 4 wickets down. The Kookaburra ball hasn't offered much assistance at all to the bowlers in this one. Glamorgan be hoping 11 o'clock start in April. Maybe they could just winkle out a couple this morning and build some pressure with the scoreboard. Looking pretty healthy for them. 620 for 3 declared. There's that 335 from Sam Northeast. 132 from Colin Ingram. Really topped it up. The strike rate at the end for Ingram there. I think his first 50 came off 100 balls. So the next 82 coming at a strike rate of over 100. Kieran Carlson had a good time of it as well. And Billy Root up at the top. Can the Middlesex middle order do something similar, try and get close, and who knows then at the end of the match whether just a little bit of pressure could be put on. There was some talk yesterday evening of, look, who knows, if a pitch breaks up a little bit at the end, offers a little bit of spin, a bit of up and down bounce, if things change at all. But that puts the onus on Middlesex this morning, trying to get somewhere close to or around that 620. Obviously there's a follow-on to think of as well. An awful lot of runs to score, but Mark Stoneman on 62, who we just heard from overnight, he'll be hoping to lead the way. Sam Robson was bowled by a beaut yesterday for a Miles, just nipped on back down the slope and through the gate it went. But look at that wind, the flags fluttering up above the pavilion there. You'll see it on the trouser leg of the players in a moment. No floodlights available today. I think we can safely say that even now. It's hard to see how that wind could die down at any stage today, but it's glorious sunshine at the moment. And we'll be hoping for another glorious day of cricket. Here come the umpires. Middlebrook and Adnan make their way out to the middle. Oh, well wrapped up. Is that a snood we see on the right? Is that an official ECB snood? And the umpire there, who was it, the footballer that first started wearing those? But it is one of those days where there will be quite the chill on the back of the neck, you can imagine. There's the man of the moment in the middle. Sam Northeast facing the camera. 335, the record run scorer at Lords. There's a man who'll take a meaty century, a daddy ton. That's what Mark Stoneman, or one of that Middlesex top order, will be looking for to reply to the efforts of Glamorgan and Northeast today. So, perfect now. Absolutely perfect. So Stoneman and Max Holden, two left-handers. Will be something that'll try and line up the attack last night. We saw a lot of that with Glamorgan coming around the wicket. To Stoneman from the off, to Holden then as well, setting up a onside trap, 3 mid-wickets at one point. And it's going to be Miles from the pavilion end this morning, not Mir Hamza, to take the ball. Miles has got the 1 wicket to go. Picked up 4 in the game here for Warwickshire last year. That man will feel pretty happy with a 50 to his name. He'll feel that the job is not done yet, but he's laid down a mark for the season, laid down a mark for the top order, who did have a slow start to last year, but they've had a decent start to this season, 138 for 1. 51 overs gone, just the 1 wicket. So another 29 overs to the second new ball. You'd imagine the Middlesex batters would be saying these two in particular to try and be there for that second new ball. Hasn't been much yet in this game for the bowlers, but Kookaburra may not be offering much. We'll see what the pitch offers in the final 2 days of the game. Looks a belter, barely a blade of grass on the top of it there. It's played beautifully. All the talk of the county championship trying to replicate Test cricket. That's what we've got. With the ball in hand, the Kookaburra, and underfoot. He'll have 1 slip, Miles, 1 slip in a gully so far. He's got a short leg as well. Slightly retreated, might just be out of shot. We'll see in a moment. But those are the 3 close catches. Everyone else on the single by a long leg. Here's the first ball of the 3rd day. Good stop by Cook, tumbling down the leg side. Look at that wind. You can see it on everybody, poor old umps. Coming in from behind the pavilion, blowing those flags towards the media centre where we're sat for this one. Well, and the brave souls out in the cold, wind whistling around Lords today. Go and find a sunny spot later on maybe. Ooh, eased away into the offside. Here's a shorter boundary to the offside for Mark Stoneman. You see the grandstand behind him there. It's a long old way away. Though Sam Northeast managed to clobber a few in that direction. Short leg right behind Stoneman. Gets it away this time. That's what he was looking for off the last delivery. First boundary of the third day. Scampered single, throw to the non-strike end. That would have been tight. That would have been tight. Goodness me. Oh, here we go. Stoneman set off early. It was his call. Let's see. Yes, it'd have been a long way gone. A long way gone. Heart in mouth moment for Stoneman, but I'm sure he's got his breath back now. That's nicely clipped. 7 off the over. 1-4-5 for 1. Max Holden, who was an opener to begin with, dropped down the order, back up to 3 now. Not a bad fella to learn from, Mark Stoneman. James Harris take the nursery end, bowled nicely yesterday. Good economy. Run rate 2.79. Middlesex playing slightly within themselves, you'd have thought, because of the scoreboard pressure. They know they've got to bat for a long period of time. They're not going to get to 620 or anywhere near it in a rush. Got to play the long game. Harris, right arm around the wicket. He had a good day yesterday, good economy, Harris. Number 29 from 13.1, as you can see in the bottom there. That was one of the problems he had at Middlesex, was the economy. But a good start from the all-rounder. A little bit of width there, and that's been the story of the match. Any width gets punished. Big boundary up to the grandstand, might not get 4 for it, they'll run 3. Sam Northeast giving chase. He hasn't been busy the last couple of days, I'm sure he's got plenty of energy. My apologies, it was Dan Douthwaite, it was a Northeast. Northeast in a short cover point. There he is, just settled in front of Max Holden at the moment. There's a short leg, just retreated slightly. That is Northeast, who runs into collect from that shorts position. Ul Hassan just behind him at cover. mentioned yesterday, the lengths of the bowlers. Certainly the line, there's no margin for error with the line. As you saw from Stoneman, anything outside of the off stump really is going to go. Anything square of the wicket. It's been driving, cover drives, many of those. We'll loosen it down the leg side. So you can keep the ball on a fuller length on that off stump as a bowler in this game without the fear of being constantly driven. Roland Jones able to be that little bit shorter. But Harris, much like Ethan Bamber for Middlesex, just settled on a fuller length on the off stump, which really asks the batter to force the situation. Three off the over. 148 for one. Ulfassan in the background. He was the first of the 4 wickets to fall in this match so far. Only batter really to have missed out. Robson hitting 43. Goodness me, just got an idea of the cloud cover there coming over, the change in light. So hope there's no rain around or bad light today. Certainly be a doubt as to whether those floodlights could go up in the wind as it is at the moment. Deep within his crease, Thoman, as you can see there, front foot. Only just outside the crease, giving himself plenty of time, plenty of room for manoeuvre as he gets that one down to downthrown at deep backward point. Just a leg gully in position now for Holden as well. You can see the slip. It's a short leg, just out of shot, and so too just above the Daffabet sign there, you'd see a short gully. Leg gully, I should say. But that is fine of the leg gully. Wide of the keeper. Tickled for 4. 150 up for Middlesex. There's the little dab for the single the ball before. Root under the lids behind Max Holden. 7 northeast indeed is that leg gully that we were mentioning. That's who Root's having a natter with right now. Poor old umpire Adnan in the background. Looks frozen to the bone. Leg side again. There's a long leg down in position now. It's just crept in down below. Missed him moving in there actually, McElroy. Just got in fine for that ball. The leg gully in place. Field there just to see if anything is tickled fine. Nicely done on the spot again. 55 for one. I'd like to say Mark Lanes alongside myself, Kevin Hand, in the commentary box this morning. And yeah, big session ahead, big day ahead for Middlesex with the bat. Very good start, 54 overs, 155 for one, much in keeping with everything that we saw in the Glamorgan innings. So here's Harris, the slip and a short extra cover. Morning, Laney.
Morning, Kev. How are we?
Yeah, well, full of runs.
Oh, quite. I think going on from when we last spoke together, let's see what it's like when both teams are batting on it. I think it's how our batters apply themselves and how to go about their business. So, as you say, so far, a nice solid start.
Working with the angle. Harris has his hands on his head, believing that Stoneman's taken that from quite a straight line, but batters can have a fair element of trust in this surface.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of theatrical stuff from James there. So, but again, probably sliding down, especially with that slope as well. Nice and solid there from Max. Stride forward. Looked like that was the other one actually. Looked like that went up the hill a little bit, but seemed to have hold and have it all covered. So good signs. Feet are moving nice and early.
Nicely in position again for that one. That's been probably the mark of this match, the pace off the surface of the Kookaburra. There's no real zip in the ball for any of the bowlers really. Indeed, actually, the only one who managed to get a little bit of a hurry on was Dan Douthwaite last night. I don't know how much you saw of his spell, but it just seems that he managed to get a little something out of it.
Yeah, I was having a little sneaky look yesterday, just sort of bustled in, tried to get as much as he could out of the surface.
An and R from the field again. The onside trap is set with mid-wicket tight to mid-on there, and that has been the only really area. We talked about the wagon wheels a lot, didn't we, when we were together the first day. There's a lot square of the wicket, a lot down the ground. There's not much through a straight mid-wicket or through extra cover because the batters just, they're not quite sure about pushing hard at the ball through that area.
Yeah, and as much as you trust the surface with sort of lateral movement and up and down, it's almost the pace as well, which allows you to get your hands through it a little bit more. But I think watchful from Max.
End of the over, 157 for one, just a couple of singles off it. Yeah, it's just been a slight oddity in this one. We haven't seen that many cover drives, that many clips through. Certainly a straight mid-wicket.
Yeah, again, it's probably where there's that slight lack of pace in the surface to go to against the line of the ball. It's probably where the danger lies from a batter error, shall we say. So I think it's actually being a bit more patient and waiting. It needs to be almost like a full half volley rather than just good length that you get your hands through. I mean, maybe July and August, that's the sort of shot where you can get your hands through, but we're in early April, so maybe that's a safe option.
I was going to say, is it lack of pace in the surface? Is it the Kookaburra? Is it a combination of both?
Yeah, I would probably say, I mean, the Kookaburras can go soft as well, so soft ball, no pace, probably makes it a very dangerous shot. So he's waiting for that miss to be slightly fuller than that, and I think there was a couple last night where Max got down the ground, so that's probably the one that he's hoping the misses.
Just moved the leg gully into a leg slip. Colin Ingram in there now. Was Sam Northeast for a moment. They've changed actually. Northeast has gone to slip and Ingram to leg slip. There goes that leg side again. And they've got McElroy down below as well. This angle of attack. I tried this a lot yesterday. Leg slip and leg gully.
And also it keeps the ball away from the short side, doesn't it? So it make it even harder for Max to pick up easier boundaries, shall we say. So just got to be conscious of your balance and obviously the slope running away from him here.
There's the trap. Hold them to a couple. Good running from Holden. Scampers back for that second. For a moment, Ingram thought he was in the game there at leg slip. How close was it? One for the cameras. He'd actually just moved from a leg gully to a leg slip. I think it probably would have been fine of him at leg gully because leg gully wasn't in shot. So he'd have been diving into shots there. Had he been in his previous position?
Yeah, I suppose, again, maybe a little bit of lack of pace in the wicket. Maybe he can go a little bit squarer. But you can see this is a ploy where they probably feel that that's a way that they can get Max out of getting him to fall across his stumps and either clip it to the short mid wicket or down into, even more so, down to this almost second leg slip.
Second tight single in the morning. We saw Stoneman push one to mid-on. And he'd have been long gone had the throw have hit. I think Holden would have been all right on that one.
Yeah, he's quite slippery, Max. I saw that first ball he faced yesterday. I'm sure Rocky was grateful for that, having sort of grafted away, and then Max comes in and scampers the very first ball he faces.
Just stretching out the groin there after that run, Holden. Immediately did so out of shot, and then you just seen him there at the non-strikers end, stretching out as well. So that's exactly really the area that we're talking about, where there isn't that pace coming onto the bat for the batters to go hard. It's a funny one to describe. Like I say, square of the wicket, almost 90 degrees. There's plenty of runs, cuts, clips, driving square of the wicket, but driving through that extra cover region, as we've just seen there, that's not something we've seen many full-blooded drives or full-blooded clips through mid-on, mid-wicket. Yet there, just fine of that cover fielder and around to point, backward point, the batters are just happy, and that's more about the width, I guess, isn't it? Because he's using the angle of the ball.
Absolutely, it was almost a push rather than a drive there, you know. And again, a bit more pace in the wicket. I'm sure that Stoneman would get his hands through that, but it was more of a sort of sit on it and push it into that cover area.
End the over, 162 for 1. It felt to me watching Glamorgan bowl in this innings as though they benefited from watching Middlesex try everything in the first innings, and that almost helped Glamorgan settle onto a game plan from the off.
Yeah, 100%. And I think game plans are one thing, but it's the execution of that game plan. And I think watching how they've gone about their business, certainly this morning and yesterday, last evening, you know, they've been there or thereabouts.
But Middlesex, I thought, on day one, had the right to explore, and they had to. They had to see, is there something that we're missing in the surface? Is something we're missing from the ball? Something in the tactics? Whereas I think Glamorgan have come out from the off and pretty much said 3/4 of the way up off stump, it's actually quite difficult to score because he can't play through the line of the ball, as he said, unless it's a long half volley.
Well, absolutely. You've got 6 fielders in front of the bat. Which straight away tells you of the pace of the surface, so it allows the Glamorgan bowlers probably to go a little bit fuller and straighter.
There they are. So you got square legs just in front of the umpire, then you've got 2 short mid wickets, mid off, mid on, cover. Points just backward of now. Lovely shot. Again, there's that area. It's an offering of the bat, isn't it? Much as you saw from Stoneman in that last over, as Mark Lane describes it. It's just a push rather than a full-blooded drive. Holden just got a blow on the bat there as the ball was returned in. Seems okay on this occasion. Wouldn't have been pleasant. Best illustration of what we've been saying is the dismissal of Carlson when he drove at the second new ball and drove it straight to deploy at cover.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of that classic opening bowler's wicket, really. But that's suggesting here. So they've taken one of the mid wickets out and come over onto the offside, so it's tight for room.
Tightening up that offside.
So what they're trying to force Max to do is almost try and play with half a bat to try and create an angle. So rather than with that full-blooded light there, where Max has gone to the left of, should we call it short mid-off or short extra cover, it's almost them trying to encourage him to go with half a bat to go into out, which is what we've been saying is probably the danger for the batters on this kind of surface.
The over 164 for 1. Harris will be pretty happy with his economy, won't he? Going at just over 2 and over, which was a difficulty for him in his Middlesex time. I was just saying a little while ago, his economy was something that he really struggled with in his time with Middlesex, but back to his economical best as he was certainly in his early days at Glamorgan.
I don't know. Again, this is probably just a sort of bit of an open question. Would this surface here at Lords sort of replicate a Sophia Garden sort of wicket? So the bowlers know their role and are used to bowling on a surface like this.
There we go. Square of the wicket again. We'll get a couple. A bit 4 on most grounds, but up the hill to the biggest boundary. Just the 2 for Stoneman. To 77.
But just going back to everything we've been saying, it's about adapting quickly. So recognising what's required from the bowlers or you as an individual on this sort of kind of surface, and the same applies to the batters. Know which shots you can play, which shots you can't play, and just having that patience, like the Glamorgan guys did back on sort of day 1 and into day 2. Just knew their game plan and stuck to it. And then as the innings goes on, the ball gets a little bit older. It should become a little bit not necessarily easier to score, but being easier to play on or adapt to.
Let's have a chat from mid-off there coming across. Seems to be talking about the front foot of the left-hander. Around that front foot, puts a single up to deep square, and the sign out there. Yeah, it's the mid-off fielder, Mir Hamza, is just having a chat with Miles about something, and it seemed to be talking about the front foot of the left-hander of Stoneman. There he is. Did a long chat with him before the previous ball. Deep square remaining back for Holden. Goes to the short stuff.
Yeah, they just want to try and keep not necessarily keep them guessing, but not just allowing them to lump onto that front foot and playing on there. So it's just sacrifice a single just to make sure that you've got they know you've got something in the locker, but almost a lack of sort of pace and bounce in the surface. Max was comfortable in pulling that along the floor to square leg.
It's been a fascinating game to watch for the bowlers, for the batters working it out. It's not as straightforward for the batters as the score would suggest. We've been saying how they have to think about their game and the plans that the bowlers are coming up with. And it does feel closer to Test cricket than perhaps, I mean, the phrase that Angus Fraser used yesterday was the shootouts that we're sometimes accustomed to in the County Championship, when the pitches, the balls, just doing too much. Whereas this does feel more like that attritional 5-day game, a real test. But that's part of the game as well, though. Were this a 5-day match, you'd actually be saying we're pretty well poised on the third morning.
I think if it was a 5-day match, I'm not sure Glamorgan would have pulled out, but yes. But I mean, you can see what the ECB are trying to do, and is it working? Well, as we say, we don't know yet, but there's some, there were some good scores about to be compiled away in other games, but there was a couple of collapses that fell. So maybe they've got what they needed.
End of the over, 168 for 1. Interesting thing for me is they've moved the points for a draw from 5 last year, where they were looking for more attacking cricket, back up to 8 this season. If you were to play the entire season with a Kookaburra ball like this, then it would be, you need to be 5 points for a draw, because you need to encourage teams to try and go for the 16 points of the victory somehow. But there's been a fog of war about this game, hasn't there, between these two sides, with Kookaburra being a bit of an unknown on April 5th.
Yeah, quite. And I was talking to Brooksy this morning, and we were sort of speaking about, you play with a Kookaburra ball in Australia, South Africa, there's pace and bounce in the wicket, so it kind of, what you lack in shape and swing, you get back in pace and bounce.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when they tried the Kookaburra last year, my thought was, well, if you're going to try the Kookaburra, you need to try it in April, early April, because that's when the Duke's ball's doing so much that actually a ball that does a little bit less. But, as I say, you've tried it now. The problem partly is there's not that much pace in the wickets yet.
Yeah, quite. So it's always, but going back to Gus's point, not having this sort of shootout.
It's got that little square of the needle lights, perhaps Holden single down to the long leg, who's well positioned down there.
The game of cricket sort of based on lots of stats and numbers and records and history, etc. And actually, to see that Northeast knock, I think Gucci was the highest score on this ground, and that's stood for however many years. So these records are there to be broken, but you want it to be a fair contest, I think, is probably our point. The other thing is you can see it makes the captain start to think and work out plans. Again, deep square's gone out, come over from extra cover to another mid wicket, so it keeps the captains honest as well. So again, that sort of leadership, that art of captaincy, you can go back through time, all these brilliant captains that have played county and test match cricket. So you can see again, next delivery, Northeast has moved the field again. So it's trying to think outside the box almost with this ball, with this surface. So
Yeah, that's that wide leg gully. Mir Hamza down at long leg warming up. Well, we saw that clip a moment ago down to Hamza at long leg. It was through the air in that wide leg gully position. And again, that's the pace of the pitch that we were talking about, because he actually played it quite a long way down the leg side, didn't he, Holden? But the pace of it meant that the ball went squarer. Wow. Now that's what we talked about in terms of dropping short on this one. That was far from a long hop from Harris. But what a pickup. And 6 runs. Clatters Middlesex along to 175 for 1.
It's a great pickup. Like you say, just almost back of a length. So lack of pace in the surface allowed Snowman just to pick it up and plonk it into the stands.
Barker doing that to Mercer a season or so back, 2 seasons back. The pitch pretty much on this one, wasn't it? Close to this anyway. Mercer was right arm around to the left-hander, and it was just picking up into that Tavern Mound stands, as that one was. Cracking shot by Stoneman. He's into the 80s, but that was where a ball or so before he was very full onto that off stump, and almost you look at it and think, well, that's just too full because it's too easy for the batter. But the margin for error was the point I was going to make before that last ball. Was the margin for error on the bowlers on this pitch is it on a slightly shorter length? Actually, on a fuller length, you've got a little bit more room of margin for error because of everything we've discussed on the pace. The batter's not wanting to go against the line of the ball.
And also with like we were saying as well, if it goes a little bit wider of say 5th stump, it's not easy for the batters to just get their hands through it. It becomes a punch or a push rather than a full-blooded drive.
Pretty sure that was the first 6 of the Middlesex innings. Mir Hamza. I don't expect him to be clobbered for 6 many times. As Conway just got away from him slightly in the end. Number 32 off 10. Started a miserly spell. Here he comes from the pavilion end. Immediately onto the spot. Point setback and deep square setback. You see Al Hassan in the background there, points opposite the umpire. He's all the way back on the boundary rope, down Douthwaite. Long leg is McElroy, warming up as well, ready for a spell. 4 in front of the bat and a slip and a gully. Should see at least one of those in shot now. I guess if anybody is going to get anything extra out of this ball in this time of year, Mir Hamza's the man. I think coming out of that innings, the biggest danger for Middlesex was, would there be an X factor from Mir Hamza that might just add a little bit something different?
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess what that X factor might be. Is there any reverse swing? Is there any tail back in there? It'd be quite interesting to see whether that's starting to happen yet.
Nice ball from Hamza. Smile on the face. How many times have we seen that in this match? 175 for one.
Yeah, just don't know whether that was shape or just sort of held its line and ran down the hill. But I think Max, you'd have to play that because if he doesn't do anything, it clatters hard into the top of off stump. So, so a bit of luck for Holden, but you know, maybe that's. I mean, he's faced 103 balls and he's gone past the bat. So you know, fair play. You know, an international bowler. So that's what you're asking for as your overseas player. Make something happen at 175 for one.
This is fourth maiden 11 for Hamza. 32 off the other 7 overs. Here's spin into the attack. Carlson, the leg spinner. That's what they missed notably yesterday evening. An off-spinning option with the 2 left-handers out there. He bowled quite nicely. Carlson got a nice little bit of drift, I thought, bowling into this wind as well.
Yeah, it's interesting with the short side as well to the left-hander. Whether that entices Stoneman and Holden to try and look to find the short side.
It's a little short, a little bit of width. Width is the key in this for the batters. You can see it early enough outside of off. The ball's going to go generally.
Yeah, actually quite interesting to see how Holden plays this. You know, whether he starts, you know, holds his concentration, get through this little shift in here.
Use of the feet, turns it into a full toss, single taken, well done. Well, rotating the strike like that's one thing. I mean, one of the big shots for Max Holden's the reverse sweep to the spinner, isn't it? But against the leg spin of Carlson around the wicket to the left-hander and short boundary leg side, the orthodox sweep looks a pretty good option.
It's quite a long way to hit it with the reverse sweep up the hill, with that long boundary.
Exactly.
So.
Root under the lid, leg slip. Nice from Carlson. Respectfully played by Stoneman. 19 overs to a second new ball, which will be a moment to look towards for Glamorgan. These two will be thinking about some serious runs in the next 20 overs though. Carlson only going at 2 and over. That'll be an interesting one, how they take on the leg spinners we've just been discussing. Bowling to 2 left-handers, he's actually done very well to keep it tight so far.
Yeah, I think he's trying to keep it away from that short side, mate. As I say, speaking earlier about getting him to try and play with half a bat, trying to get it into space.
That little ease into the offside, points it back.
Almost gone back to more of a conventional field. Slip, normal gully, deep point.
Tells you the belief they have in Hamza here that he could find something. Let's have a look at the line of this ball through the air. It's a little hint of shape. Yelp in the field, but he's bisected mid-wicket and square leg, and that's a lovely piece of timing from Stoneman. There's hands on heads, feeling it was in the air for the moment. Square leg's around towards mid-wicket. Stoneman in control. Another boundary. The partnership's 103.
Again, I think the miss there was just length, back of a length. Beautifully timed. Yeah, it might have gone in the air for a little while, but I think it was a fair way away from the fielder, really. Beautifully timed up the hill for 4.
A little bit of kidology from the field, really, wasn't it? Back on the spot with that one, Hamza. But yeah, we were just looking to see if there was a little bit through the air, whether there's any reverse. If there's anybody find a bit of reverse swing in this match, it's Mir Hamza. Pakistan seamers over the years, so renowned on hard dusty surfaces, being able to get the Kookaburra to reverse late in the day. Long leg dropping back, sorry, deep backward square dropping back with long leg on the onside here. The final ball of the over. And then it goes 3/4 of the way up the off stump. 182 for 1. Healthy looking start for Middlesex. Nearly a third of the way there to 620 for 3.
So yeah, nice start. I think key thing is now is obviously to make these sort of partnerships as big as we can, sort of whether that's in time as well as runs, really. So I think, you know, I think Glamorgan have actually bowled quite well and kept their areas pretty tight. So the Middlesex batters have had to work really hard for each and every run. So, but the great thing is, as soon as there has been a miss, they've scored.
And look at that from Holden at the start of the over. Likes to play spin. He could give Glamorgan a bit of a problem here.
Yeah, I think that was my point last over. So to be interested to see how Max goes about this. You know, he plays spinners really well in an aggressive way. Certainly in a white ball game. So it was just interesting to see how he was going to go about his business. He spoke about sweeps and reverse sweep, but he's come down the ground, used his feet really well. I love a forward defensive.
He does show the full face of the blade beautifully as well on his forward defence. Max Holden. That was really, when he broke through, that was his renown, really, wasn't it, as a first-class opener. Leg slips come out now. Oh, goes again. Takes him over mid-wicket on this occasion for 4 more. Mid-on and just giving himself a couple of yards. Holden decides to go for the shorter boundary, hitting with the spin here, of course.
Do you know, with this field 6-3 offside field, I was going to be interesting to see how Max was going to play, whether he looks to try and get that sweep away from, because there's no one from deep square or anywhere around into that bottom corner. Been interesting to see how he's played it, but.
Interesting move for Glamorgan would be to try and push Carlson to the other end if Holden does continue to go after the shorter boundary.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe that's when his switch hit or reverse might come into play. But you know, I think it's great that Max just sort of put his foot on the gas a little bit here. But obviously, there's still a long, long way to go. So you know, 50s and 60s aren't going to really cut it here.
Race off the over, leaves him on 49, 190 for 1. But from a batting perspective, it took a while to get a 50 in that top 5 last season. I think it was third, fourth match maybe. 8th innings of the season, 7th innings of the season, when eventually there was a 50 from the top order. It was a difficult start to last season for a lot of batters, but in particular the Middlesex top order. This will feel good, just to look at that scoreboard at the moment. Robson with a solid start as well, 43.
Yeah, looked quite a good one that got Robbo. Yeah, I didn't see it live. I've watched it through a couple of times. It was like it looked like a good one. But going back to these two in here, I mean, they'll know that their job's not done. They'll know that there's still a long, long way for them to go. But you know, to be out facing 113 balls for a 50, well, so touch wood 50, but 49, and Stoneman, you know, having batted all the way through this innings, back for 63 overs. So got to keep working on, because you never know with, as you say, with these sort of bowling attack, ball starts reversing.
3 mid wickets for Hamza. Onto that spot again. This was the ball that he clipped for 4 in the last over off Mir Hamza Mark Stone, wasn't it? They've now plugged that gap with a 3rd mid wicket in place. You can just, well, a moment ago you'd have seen Mir Ul Hassan in shot next to the umpire. He's now moved around a little bit closer to those 2 mid wickets. And then a little bit of width outside the off stump. That's beautifully done by Stoneman. On to 93.
Best bit about that, how controlled it was, how precise that was. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Just all timing.
That's what we've talked about in terms of width in this match. I mean, that was far from a dragged down wide ball outside the off stump from Mir Hamza, but also they had just shifted across one fielder from the offside to those mid wicket positions. It's back on the spot where he's trying to bowl.
And I guess maybe sometimes you can sort of almost get too funky and outsmart yourself, and maybe this is probably a spell or a block of time for this next hour where they're trying to make something happen, break this partnership. So you know, maybe Hamza is trying things that, and if he sacrifices the odd boundary to create an opportunity, got plenty of runs to play with.
Looked as though he's trying to bring that one back in again. It's 4 more, starts with a little bit of width. And there's no doubt Hamza will be trying his very best at the moment to get the ball to reverse. Suggest those 2 outside the off stump so far. He's hoping he might be able to bring back in.
Yeah, I think it goes back to my point. I mean, if that tails back in, the 3 fielders over on that leg side come into play. The fact that it didn't allowed Stoneman just a bit of width, just to hit it through backward point. So field has changed again, gone back to a conventional sort of gully line, shall we say.
Just waiting for Stoneman to clip that one through mid-wicket. They just brought back the gully.
Sod's law, wouldn't it? Yeah.
But it is, you know, how often do we sit here in April at all, let alone April 5th, and we're discussing fielding positions in this, and this is the point. This is closer to Test cricket.
Yeah, like I say, getting bowlers to think, getting captains to think about how we're going to create an opportunity.
8 off the over, 198 for 1. Both on the verge of milestones now. Stoneman 97, Holden 49. Fabulous partnership between these two. Came together when Robson was bowled by Miles. Just clipped the back pad, I think, on the way through, didn't it? Top of the back leg on the way through to take him at top of middle and off. Now here's the interesting one. Carlson continuing around the wicket to Max Holden, the left-hander. Short leg side boundary. Holden at the moment is just thinking about a single though. Solid bat face. It's the 50 for Holden. Lovely innings from the Middlesex number 3, changing the batting order. 50 from 115 deliveries, 5 fours. Gone in at cover. Douthwaite takes the catch. Stoneman falls just shy of the century. Gone for 97. Carlson makes the breakthrough. Brought on early this morning by Glamorgan. And looking to force through the covers. How much have we been talking about it? Stoneman thought he saw it. He thought he could get it through. Douthwaite holds on. And a crucial second wicket goes down. 199 for 2.
Yeah, crucial wicket, a crucial time really. 15 overs to go to the new ball. Having said that, played really, really well. Just think there was a bit of width on offer, and Stoneman thought he'd take his chance.
Yeah. Very good catch. Big disappointment for Stoneman. There was the width. Almost a rarity to go at it hard. As we've been discussing really all morning, all match. Nothing's gone too hard through cover, extra cover, through mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket. The width there, he probably thought, just a bit of turn there, wasn't there? Really did go back up the slope. Ended up perhaps just stretching for it a little bit more, looking at that angle. This ploy, Middlesex's new signing, his first bat for his new county, 199 for 2, in the key number 4 position for the county. Big job to do. Big signing.
Another left-hander as well, so I'm sure Carlson won't mind too much as well.
That was the end of the over. 65 done, 199 for 2. Holden on 50 on strike, so deploy all the weights. I just delayed for a second because North Eastern Ingram, Gully and Slip having a chat about the fielding position. Greater onus on Holden now to turn the 50 into a big score.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that's what Mark Stoneman would have been thinking as well, so I'm sure he'll be frustrated, but you know, Max has got himself off to a good start, so he's got to keep his focus, keep his concentration, and post a big one.
That was a 28th first-class wicket for Kieran Carlson, average of 53. Mason Crane was the option. He could have gone with in this match, but Carlson, number 4, trusted as the spinning option, much as Lewis Deploy at the non-strikers end had a little bowl. Holden, of course, used to be an off-break bowler himself.
The other thing with that wicket going, obviously the key wicket of Mark Stoneman is just bring that bit of energy back to the fielding side, and you know, they'll try and capitalise now with Hams with the ball. So we've just got to try and make sure that wickets don't fall in clusters, all those sorts of things we talk about as coaches. So it's just making sure that we stick to our plans and execute what they're trying to do.
It's that little bit of shape through the air that we've been talking about. That one holds its line. It's just getting something to happen out there, Hamza. 66th over.
As you say, something's just happening, isn't it? He's just sent something with Hamza, so I think that's a 4-over spell so far. So has he got 2 more, possibly 3? But obviously, they're going to be mindful with the new ball, sort of due in just before lunch, I guess.
Let's have a quick look at the scores elsewhere. There's another hat-trick in the offing at Trent Bridge. Cook picked up the hat-trick yesterday, and just having a look now. Critchley surviving the hat-trick ball as Hutton picked up Cook and Cox. Single, run, and that's Leeds Deploy off the mark as a Middlesex batter. Let's get around Carlson at the non-striker's end as well. .200 up for Middlesex, 200 for 2. Stumps at Durham on day 3. Again, yet to start that match against Hampshire. Kevin James, former Middlesex all-rounder, will be delighted with his trip. Delay at Old Trafford as well. Lancashire 202, Surrey 11 without loss in reply. Somerset at 26 for 1 at Canterbury, replying to Kent's 284. And that Essex match we were just mentioning. Full toss. From the off spinner, just a single, watchfully done down to Harris. Essex are 109 for 4. They lead Nottinghamshire by 69 runs.
It's almost it's always never a good time to lose a wicket, but the way Max was going about the spinner here, might have been able to bash him out of the attack a little bit, but has to settle back in now and just continue to tick over.
That wide, just gave himself a little bit of room there, Deploy. Looking to cut, but only to backward point. 201 for 2. Enjoyed that one. Hamza's done. Middlesex won't mind that. 4 overs this morning. Going to go for 14 runs. Dan Douthwaite carried a little bit of threat. Found an edge last night, didn't carry. Short of slip. Bustling bowler. Just seemed to get something out of it yesterday evening.
Yeah, took a great catch to dismiss Stoneman. So looks a real competitor. Looks like he's got a real engine. Wants to charge in. Let's see how he goes. So hopefully Max and Deploy can just hold the fort, keep ticking that scoreboard over, and see what happens with that new ball later on in the day.
That other Division 1 score, Worcestershire 360 all out, Warwickshire 333 for 9. Finch, Smith and Leach with the wickets. Big broad-shouldered bowler, Douthwaite. Just get it through that a little bit quicker than perhaps you think. Fifth bowler deployed in this innings, and yeah, just seemed to get a hurry on a little bit more than anybody else did. Gentle approach, isn't it? But he really pushes it through at the crease.
Yeah, it's like I say, looks quite strong at the crease, trying to charge in, find his rhythm and see what he can get out of this surface.
Division 2, Derbyshire, Gloucestershire delayed. On day 3, yet to start that game. Yorkshire against Leicestershire's delayed as well. Yorkshire 72 for 2, replying to Leicestershire's 354. There's only one other game in Division 2 going on. That's Sussex, Northamptonshire down at Hove. Middlesex make the trip to Sussex in September. Possibly the last game of the season. Hopefully it's a nice end to the summer. It's always a great trip down to the south coast when the weather's good. Northamptonshire's the next trip for Middlesex though. Proctor 92 top scoring in that. They're all gone now, 371. last to go was Sanderson. Caught Simpson, bowled Robinson for 27. Robinson 2 for 67. Simpson's second catch of the innings, second dismissal. What's come of the over here? Good start from Douthwaite on the spot again.
Be interested to see him on a sort of a livelier pitch, a hard pitch, see what the sort of carry and bounce would be. So it looks like
must be some sensation. Throw him the new ball a little sooner next time.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like he wants to hit the pitch hard rather than sort of just, you know, float it up and swing. It looks like he wants to bash a length.
And there he does it. Holden nearly gets involved. Top ball, 201 for 2 into the over. Ooh, a little use of the feet from Deploy again there. Interesting start here. Middlesex number 4. He's clearly not going to just sit there and play Glamorgan's game. Width on this occasion. Straight to Al Hassan. He'll feel he's missed out a little bit there. Deploy.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a little bit shorter and a little bit wider.
Stroked again. Fair game cat and mouse between the pair of them at the moment. Stretching for that one again. Deploy on this occasion. Just mentioned John Simpson there, getting that last wicket to go, the Northamptonshire one. His debut was against Northamptonshire for Middlesex, just seeing whose first dismissal was. Lee Daggett caught Simpson, Volberg for 1. Scored 87 on debut for Middlesex in that match at Northamptonshire, 2009. Last ball of the over here. Back at that 5th delivery. Well, he's in the game, Carlson, isn't he?
It's actually quite nice to see the intent. I know he's only got 1 off 10 balls, Louis, but he's played a few shots already, so you can see he wants to impose himself on this situation, which is good to see.
Douthwaite to hold it again. Attempted that pull last ball of the over. got a deep square back as well as square leg. Mid wicket on that onside. Deep third back as well. Straight away. Back on that spot just outside the nose of Holden. Sways inside the line of it. No fielder in the covers, just a backward point and then mid off the next fielder on the offside. Leg gully in place as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure many are going to be in Max's half with this field. Even sort of got a third man down there as well, so they're just trying to make something happen before this new ball's available. See if they can steal one, grab one, maybe unsettle Max a little bit here.
Gully there. Here's Ingram. Yeah, first time they've gone to this tactic actually, 70th over. Middlesex tried it a bit with Helm.
I suppose he would be their quickest bowler, should we say. So James Harris is more pitch it up and see what can happen in there, and Hamza's trying to get that ball to swing and shape, so maybe this is the bowler to try and employ that tactic.
Then puts one up there outside the off stump. Thank you very much, says Max Holden. Didn't go fully through with it, just a push. Gentle offering from Holden. Picks up a couple. Again, even with only a backward point and a mid off, batter not wanting to go full blooded at it through the covers. Enjoying it out there. Holden will be as well. Checks the deep backward square leg. Oh, gone at leg gully. Holden's done for 53. The ploy works with the leg side field. Just looking to help it on its way. Helped it straight to the fielder. And Douthwaite, he's been in the game since the very first delivery. Glamorgan have a crucial third wicket. They've got the two set batters. 203 for 3.
Yeah, shame. Holden was very patient. 53 of 134 balls, but just been undone by that sort of pushed him back with a few short balls and then caught a leg slip. So frustrating really, but fair play to Douthwaite. Charged in, giving it everything.
Seen one go the wrong side. He'd gone leg gully to leg slit. He'd gone quite finer on one, hadn't he? And then when one went through leg gully. Perfectly positioned this time, Holden. There was the moment of realisation. Big wicket just before the... No, still 10 overs to the second new ball, but Stoneman falling for 97. Holden falling for 53. Brilliant partnership, but both of them will feel that they want it to go on for a lot longer. Now deploy on 10, joined by Ryan Higgins, two pretty fresh batters who'll have to get through to that second new ball. Smiles are one thing, you know, you'll get from both of those two. Always playing with a smile on his face, Ryan Higgins and Lewis Deploy. Deploy seems to be a very similar ilk.
Yeah, and I guess if they both get going, then got to get in, get set, and then could get the scoreboard moving forward.
So Ryan Higgins slipping a leg slip. It's a short leg as well. 2 others in tight on the onside. No ball. Now. It all happened there. Looking to blast the pads off first ball. That was going down. But no ball calls. You've certainly given it all in the appeal. Till the umpire muted matters. Leg side again. Good take. Tumbling from Cook behind the stumps. End of the over. 203 for 3. Holden's done. Gone for 53. Caught Ingram off the bowling of Douthwaite. 205 for 3 it is. Mark Lane, thanks very much.
Pleasure.
Good to see you. Making
Andrew.
way for Alan Coleman. He's going to sit down alongside us. Much appreciate the time, Laney. It's a good start for Middlesex. Robson, Stoneman, Hold'em, but crucially somebody's got to go on and go pretty big today and indeed tomorrow to make this one secure for Middlesex. 205 for 3 the score. Alan Coleman, well, happy new season. First time I've seen you.
It is, yeah. Hello to everyone watching online. Great to be back. Sunny Lords today for day 3 of this game against Glamorgan, and yeah, wonderful to see some cricket again.
Max Holden will be ruining his luck in that dressing room at the moment, picking out the leg gully.
Yes, he will, definitely. Played very, very well there for his 53. Soaked up a lot of balls. But I think that the fact that Stoneman had just recently got out as well leaves Middlesex in a position that you don't want to be in on any pitch against any bowling attack, really, with 2 new batters in there who faced just over 2 overs between them. So a really crucial period in this Middlesex innings for the next 10 overs before the new ball, but also the next 45 minutes before lunch.
Right-hander for Carlson to bowl at now. That was the key. When you've got 620 on the board, there's always going to be a bite point, isn't there? There's always going to be a moment when you're applying to that number of runs. This is it for Glamorgan.
Yeah, I think Glamorgan will be sensing this as their opportunity to make a move in the match. Or often called day 3 moving day, don't they, in the golf world, and very similar in county championship cricket as well. So be interesting to see how this next little period pans out. But yeah, Glamorgan certainly will be sniffing an opportunity. Deploy on his debut for Middlesex. Higgins, Middlesex's outstanding performer with the bat last year. So crucial partnership for Middlesex, but a crucial period for Glamorgan as well.
Overs, that second new ball. So just before lunch, they'll have a burst with it. Two in close in the covers for deploy. In fact, they're going to change it. Douthwaite was a short cover. He's going to go to a backward point, an advanced backward point. Use the feet to push it through where Douthwaite had just gone. Sweeper back.
As you and Mark Lane was saying, he's only faced 12 balls now, Leas deploy, but incredibly proactive with his footwork, looking to get down the wicket to Carlson, not happy just sitting and letting the off spinner bowl to him. So really positive. Obviously, we played a lot of white ball cricket this winter, so a little bit of that sort of trickling into his batting here. But yeah, really nice to see a batter proactively looking to get down the pitch to the spin.
Further in the cap for yourself and Richard Johnson, convincing Leas deploy to come to Middlesex and so we'll look for 2 here. Back he comes. Yeah, resist the overtures of 16 other counties trying to convince him to leave Derbyshire.
Yeah, we were very proactive with him. I'll talk a moment probably between overs just around how that sort of works, while Carson bowls this last delivery to Higgins of the over.
The over it is 5 off it, 210 for 3.
So in cricket, you an out of contract player in that year can be spoken to on the 1st of June, and I think I met Lewis's representatives in Paddington Station, actually. Costa Coffee, Paddington Station.
Minute past midnight, the 1st of June.
It was pretty soon after the deadline went. I spoke to Mickey Arthur at Derby and said that we were going to make an approach, and then met Lewis's agent pretty soon after, and it took obviously a few weeks to get done, but no, it was great. Richard and I sat and spoke with Lewis as well and outlined our plan for the team and where we're going, and the lure of playing at the home of cricket and building his reputation in London was one that Lewis was quite keen on, and we're delighted to have him as part of the squad.
The lure of trying to score 336 at Lord's.
What a story that would be.
29 years of age now. Deploy. 102 first-class matches. Average of 47. This day, average of 54. T20 average of 31. 19 first-class centuries, 33 50s in 164 innings.
Due to qualify for England in February 2025, so real exciting prospect for England possibly and potentially to be able to call upon.
It's the bumper again from Douthwaite.
Douthwaite's really tried to make things happen. We've seen, probably county cricket fans have seen a lot more of him in the white ball stuff. He's known for his slower balls in and around the middle and the death of Glamorgan's T20 performances. So a bowler, an all-rounder, but a bowler who does like to make things happen. You're seeing that with this short ball plan, leg gully, square leg, just in front, both on the catch.
Shows a lot of the stumps, doesn't he? Is first thing of note to me. You can see all three of them as a bowler.
Yeah, you can. Pretty still. Head still is the big thing for the batter. Yeah, likes to sit a little leg side of the ball, you would say. Again, you often see that with a lot of white ball cricketers, don't you? The ball at the stumps is still a ball you can score off. But yeah, he's strong all round the ground. Just has a hunger to score runs, which is lovely to see.
Flayed away. His first boundary as a Middlesex batter.
Just on call there, Kev, really talking about Lewis just sitting a little bit leg side of the ball. We'll see the replay shortly, but I wouldn't imagine that was as wide as perhaps we anticipated live. See if I'm proved wrong or right here. And there we go. So probably 5th, 6th stump there, but able to, because of that position, he's able to carve that ball in front of square for 4 runs.
Into the over, 72 done. 214 for 3. It's Carlson back on. Must admit, Carlson threw me at first. His release is really interesting. Some of them Mark Lane and I were just discussing it off mic there a moment ago. He really rips underneath it as an off spinner, but a lot of them come out of the front of the hand, or appear to come out of the front of the hand as well. And at first I thought he was a leggy when he came on. See what he goes with here.
We've spoken about it before, but the off-spinner bowling against the slope creates an interesting problem here, because the ball that he does spin will be coming back into Higgins, but the natural slope is going away. So it'll be a threat to both of Ryan Higgins' edges here that he'll be conscious of.
Lovely shot. Higgins' first boundary of the new season. Which we haven't seen too many go through cover and extra cover in this match, but it was right into the block hole outside off.
Yeah, Carlson looks like he's thrown this up there, asked it to spin. There's a little bit of rough that you can see in the replay screen there. Just trying to hit a piece of that and bring it back through the gate, but Higgins just on top of the bounce there.
Single taken.
You can just see the camera just wobbling around it. It's very windy out there. So not easy conditions to bowl or bat in when you get those gusts of wind. Just knocks your balance a little bit as a bowler or a batter.
I had to do my piece to camera this morning up here in the media centre. It was so windy. I was worried about the quiff.
Standing up well again. It's good winter's growth there. You're not losing any, are you? Just check on the top.
Oh, now. Edgely away from slip, from deploy. Talks about that leg side setup that he has.
Again, a bit of a head to the sky moment there for Kieran Carlson. Just a touch of width, quite full that, but deploy looking to score through that favoured offside cover region. Thick outside edge that flew past the solitary slip.
Nice little use of the feet there. It's gently done. Deficit down below 300, down below 400 now. Just the 399 more. 221 for 3. That was a point that Angus Fraser made yesterday. It's an awful lot of batting for Middlesex to do time-wise just to get somewhere close in this game.
It is, and I think the Middlesex challenge here, and it sounds an obvious one, is Glamorgan have already bowled 73 overs. So irrespective of the runs, if Middlesex can keep churning into those overs, it's a very hard thing for a bowling group to bowl 120, 130 overs and then have to go again and enforce the follow-on. So if Middlesex can the runs are important for the follow-on, obviously, but if Middlesex can continue to chew into these overs, make it very, very difficult for Glamorgan to enforce the follow-on, because their bowlers would have got through a lot of work by that stage, that might just create another challenge for Glamorgan as to whether they do just choose to have a bat and give themselves a bit of time off their feet. But obviously a long way to go till that point. You know, Middlesex will be halfway through that sort of time period that we're talking about there.
Just as we're on the point of loose deploy, Henry Brooks as well. Not a bad bit of work again done by Managing Director of Cricket and the head coach. See the replay of this one from Douthwaite.
Yeah, Douthwaite said this, suggested this was a tight leave. Oh no, a little bit of bowlers creating a bit of drama from the pavilion end there, just to make it seem like something's happening. Quite comfortable for Higgins in the end.
Got a bit more of an angle on, but Higgins played it. Yeah, Brooks, pleased with your work there, Winter's work?
I think so, yeah. I think we obviously came out and the members who are close to Middlesex will know that the overseas option wasn't really there for us. Not a great value for money thing for us to do, given the position we're in at the moment. So we very heavily focused on the domestic recruitment market. And yeah, we were in for a couple of seamers around the country. We'd identified that we wanted a bit more bounce in our attack. We noticed that in Division 1 you needed people to be able to break partnerships a little more. Weren't successful in some of those targets. And then Henry, who was on our shortlist, became available a bit later. During the winter, negotiated with Warwickshire his release early from his contract.
Lovely from Higgins. Offering that full face. Won't get full reward for it. Again, it's a bit of pitch. The ball, Kookaburra, just be watchful on the drive, unless the ball's right under your nose.
Beautiful off drive there up towards the pavilion. That would have been 4 hitting the other way down the slope, but lovely controlled off drive. Push back past the bowler from Higgins there for 3 runs. So yeah, Henry became available. Somebody we've watched and tracked for a long time. We first saw him as an 18-year-old playing against our under-19s at Merchant Taylor's School for Warwickshire, and was outstanding at that stage.
Lively on that.
He was lively, and he's always had that ability to take wickets. So I think with the experience and guidance of Tim Murtagh now on the coaching staff, and with Richard Johnson as well, I think we can really help Henry become an outstanding bowler. And Henry, in my opinion, should very much have aspirations to play for England.
I mean, they were both seen from the outside as pretty much coups for Middlesex to pick up Deploy and Brooks.
Yeah, if you can just mention that to the board and the CEO when I'm next negotiating a contract, that'd be fantastic. But no, I was delighted that we were able to secure both of those players. I'm very pleased with the recruitment we've done. You know, Ryan Higgins coming back 2 years ago, and now Leas and Henry Brooks coming in. Just continue looking to strengthen our squad while continuing to grow our young core of players from our pathway.
It's got to be close, and it is. Called wide around the wicket to the right-hander.
So you can just see there, so Douthwaite round the wicket, 6-3, but a leg side 6-3, so only the 3 fielders are on the offside, a sort of gully, a point and a mid-off, but then a battery of fielders, a long leg, short leg, square leg behind the short leg, a leg gully, a mid-wicket, so really packing in that leg side area.
We've seen a lot of that from the nursery ends. Big boundary to the onside for the right-hander, a lot of the short stuff going in that way, but not so much for the pavilion end in this game so far. 2-2-6 for 3.
And I guess that's because of the short side, long side. You know, Higgins' leg side boundary down towards the mound stand and the tavern stand, where a lot of the crowd watching today are sitting, is quite short. So it is a bit of a gamble from the bowling side to do that. But when you've got a lead of 394, you've probably got some runs to play with, which is why Douthwaite is able to do that.
And also attempts early in the innings for Higgins as well. You look at the short side boundary. Happy to get engaged. Second new ball just around the corner. Just going back to the recruitment. So obviously no overseas, but that money has been put into the domestic recruitment instead, which is long-term planning.
Yes, it is. I mean, we're obviously under some sanctions with the ECB at the moment, and it's not just player salaries that sit in that. If we get an overseas player, the flights, their accommodation would fall as part of that salary cap as well. So you're right, the most cost-effective thing to do is to sign, recruit domestic players, because you then don't have to fly them from Australia or South Africa into the country. You don't have to put them up in London for the period they're here.
Tumbling stop, no run. So it was a conscious strategic decision rather than this was the way the cards fell, that players became available, we thought, actually, no, let's go about it this way. Let's skip the overseas at the moment and find a longer term strategy.
Yeah, just the edge, inside edge for deploy, 1 run to square leg. Yeah, we want to be, when we are in the position again to bring in overseas players, we want to have a really strong domestic core. So I think that there are counties out there who in the past have survived on having 1 or 2 really good overseas that carry the rest of the team through. For us to be competing sustainably at the top of Division 1, we need a really good domestic core of players, and then when we add in the overseas players, they make the team, you know, they make the team that title contending team, rather than just making, let's say, an average team into a good team. I would like to create a good team and then have the overseas players who make us into a very good team, and that's what we're trying to do with the recruitment, and that's what we're trying to do with the players who are existing in our squad and coming through our pathway, is create that really strong, good county team.
Southwaite into his 5th over of this spell now. None for 10 from his 5 last night, so 1 for 13 from 4 so far today.
Max Holden in the middle there, just recently out. Joe Cracknell on the left, just reclining on 12th man duty today, Joe Cracknell.
Too cold to watch on the balcony, or the stream's too good to miss out on sitting inside?
Yeah, the stream is obviously fantastic. The commentary is exceptional, but the lads will have the stream on, but they'll have some. There'll be some music on as well in the change room. Always music on in the change room. Nice low level, nothing too sort of strong in terms of the bass line or whatever. Just nice calming.
Loopy one through. It's the keeper from Douthwaite. It's an interesting one, isn't it, for the dressing room? Because I know, going back many moons now, when the technical analysis of the game, the analyst, at one point was banned from the dressing room because players were focusing too much on it. They were coming back straight up to the computer, straight on the analysts. So the analyst, I remember, we're going back nearly 15 years or so probably now, was banished to the media centre so that the players weren't so focused on it in the dressing room. Similarly so with the stream, I'd imagine.
Yeah, very much back in there now, adding value to the changing room in terms of the analysis and what he picks up as the game's going on.
Oh, this was even before the time of Alex Fraser. He wasn't the analyst at that point. Roger Cook.
Yep. But no, I think it's used very well now. It's become part of cricket, really, part of the changing room. So some really useful information, and the analyst will be sitting there, Alex, and just picking up patterns of the game and what he sees, as well as anything technical that he might see from either player for the coaching staff to go and have a look at. So some really useful information that's created just from the analysts. And also what the analyst is there for. I think everyone's conception is the analyst churns the data and then throws it at the coaches. The coaches will also put stuff to the analyst and say, I think we're seeing this. Can you prove me right or wrong here? Is what I'm seeing accurate? Seeing deploy just from side on here. See the height of this bouncer, I think. There it goes. It whistles past the C-axis on his helmet. There. So that'll be Douthwaite's second ball for the over, second short ball. So he won't be able to bowl a bouncer this ball.
Single to end the over, deploys onto 12. Middlesex 228 for 3. 4 to the second new ball, 20 minutes to lunch.
What do you do here, Captain Kevin Hand? Do you take the new ball? Probably might have one over with it, might have two possibly. Would you take it, or would you save it?
We were going to get more. It was with about 40 minutes to go until lunch. Wasn't there 9 overs to go? Seems as though they've slowed down a little bit. I thought they might have got 2 or 3. It's got to be worth the go, hasn't it? Before lunch.
Yeah, I think you would. I think you might take a fast bowler some convincing that it's a good idea to get warmed up for one over, possibly from each end, but I think you would.
Well, to some extent, as we mentioned, Douthwaite, the way he's bowled in this innings, he's almost worth a go with the new ball himself. Carried a great deal of threat. Gone to the bumper more so now.
Big sweep there from Deploy, trying to bring the short side down to the man stand into play. See that on the replay, just coming now. Yeah, big sweep.
Ha! Well, there's only 2 fielders on the onside. Deep square, mid-on, which is enticing Deploy at the moment.
I have a feeling that Leas Deploy might, if he's trying to go to the leg side, might try and take the square leg out of the equation, hit it into the stand, I think would be my guess here.
Tickle's fine. Excitement. The infield, but there's plenty, I think. Deploy was seeing runs everywhere on that onside, wasn't he? Which is part of the game that Glamorgan are trying to say to him. Go on then, there are runs everywhere. I
think credit to Glamorgan here. They've been incredibly creative with these fields across this last hour of cricket or so, trying to create some problems into the batters' minds and make them think about some things that they perhaps aren't or wouldn't normally think about. So yeah, credit to Glamorgan and how they've competed on this very good batting wicket.
Higgins just adjusting the gloves, slowing Masters slightly before lunch. Partnership's worth 28 between these two. Came together after the fall of the 2 set batters, Stoneman and Holden. It's an important little passage through here until lunch. And for that second new ball when it comes, end of the 77th, 231 for 3. Any thoughts on the Kookaburra? It's only hard for so long, isn't it? And throwing the ball to Douthwaite for an over before lunch. Well, that's the Dukes ball. You wouldn't particularly bat an eyelid at, but the Kookaburra, you've only got a limited period of time.
You do, yeah. There's Colin Ingram coming into the attack, I think here. No, you do have a limited time where it's hard. I think it's an experiment worth persisting with from an English cricket perspective. I was talking just in the media centre before I came up to Nick Friend of the Cricketer, and just sort of saying, I think the question we have to ask ourselves here is this game being played with a Kookaburra ball making it any closer to Test cricket than it would be if we were playing with a Duke? Definitely harder for the bowlers. Definitely, the seamers are put under a lot more pressure. The spinners are put under pressure because they have to do something with the ball, and they actually bowl more overs. Is this significant enough challenge for the batters to make it like Test cricket? Because obviously it's April, the pitch is not hard in terms of having that pace in it. It's very dry.
Big spin of Ingram.
So the groundsmen are able to dry the pitches out this time, but they're not able to get the pace into them because they don't dry out with sun, understandably so. And this is a very good surface, as we see. So it's an interesting conundrum that English cricket has to balance.
Nice use of the feet from Deploy, hitting with the spin for a single. Yeah, I mean, it's just been, just watching the game from here at the moment. It is close to a Test match in terms of the way you're saying of northeast moving the field, looking at different angles, looking at different things. And that in itself feels closer to a test match. And again, if this were day 3 of a 5-day game right now, it's pretty well poised.
No, I agree. I think having this high level of contest and challenge that the bowlers and the fielders especially are under in this period is great to see for us. And I'm not saying that we should use the Kookaburra ball all year. I think we just have to find the right times of year to introduce it, to create a different problem for our teams.
Part of the challenge in this match is that the pitches aren't at their quickest yet because they're early season pitches. So, where a Kookaburra ball, Mark Lane was making the point, South Africa and Australia, overseas in the Winty playing a Kookaburra, the ball's hard enough that you get something out of the pitch is hard enough, sorry, that you get something out of the surface, you get some reward bending your back, but not so much at this time of the season in England.
That's so right, yeah. You know, I'll bend your back, you'll get something out of the pitch with the Kookaburra ball. Well, the pitch has to have pace in it as well to be able to make that happen. So I think the challenge here is, can you get this ball to reverse swing? But neither side have really been able to do that, obviously, because all of the things that you would need aren't there. The square is lush, the outfield is lush. It's not, you know, it's not an abrasive conditions around the pitch that will help the ball to create that reverse swing. So
Mir Hamza was just getting a little bit towards the end of his spell this morning. I was actually surprised that he came off after 4 overs, because just in that 4th over, towards the end of the 3rd, there were just a few hints of it. End of the 78th, 2-3-3 for 3.
got your first glimpse there of the Duploy bandana there, Kev, just subtly under the helmet. I know you're a big fan of that.
I was just asking, wasn't it? I'm sure that he wore one in his Derbyshire days. It was more apparent, I thought. That's a lovely shot by Higgins. Just a little bit of width from Carlson. Saw one of those in the previous over, didn't we? Driven away through the covers.
Again, just thrown up there by Carlson, asking that to spin out of those footholes. We saw it a couple of overs ago. Higgins on top of the bounce there. Controlled drive for 4. Do you ever sport a bandana in your time, Kev?
If the hairline keeps going at this rate, I think it'll help matters. I'm sure he had quite a bright coloured bandana. He said it was white, the one that he had at Derbyshire.
Perhaps he's toned it down just for the home of cricket.
A run. Let's put the pressure on the field. Miles coming around. Let's go back to the Kookaburra for a moment. North East hit 335, but he did it against the attack of Roland Jones. Brooks, who we've just mentioned, brought in to try and give that extra bit of bite, extra bit of pace and bounce. Some helm. Ooh. Goodness me, that's placed well. Boy, really using the hands on that one.
Up to 20 now. Lewis Duploy off 43 balls. This one just taken off the stumps, slightly shorter, and he just punched it into the vacant leg side. Only the mid-on that you can see just in that replay screen there, saving the single on the leg side. So quite a big space to work the ball into for 4 runs. 2-4-2 for 3.
I mean, certainly as a spinner, but even for the seamers, the swing bowlers in this match, anything short is just there for the batters in this game, isn't it? You've got to keep it right up there. But yeah, that innings of North East's, Middlesex tried everything, and we're talking about a pretty experienced and very highly regarded seam attack. that he scored those runs against.
I mean, what a fantastic achievement by Sam Northeast, and credit to him for that innings that he played. Highest ever first class score at Lords. Phenomenal achievement, and I think the big lesson there as well, there was a missed chance, wasn't there, early on Middlesex, and that's probably the other lesson of the Kookaburra ball, is if you get a half chance as a fielding and bowling team, you have to take it. Two balls left in this over, the 80th over, big 5 minutes left. Pulled away by Higgins, just dropped short there, Ingram. Pulled away into the vacant mid-wicket area for 4 runs. He's got 1 ball left.
I'll just delay
Yeah.
that next over as well.
What are you
5
doing?
minutes. I think you've got to give it a go, haven't you, before lunch?
As we see the replay here, Ingram just short. Higgins just a traditional pull shot. Controlled it, kept it on the ground. Many a batter would have been tempted to try and hit that into the road there. But good control from Higgins. 4 defence to finish the over.
Although that said, of course, Ingram has now replaced Douthwaite at the pavilion end. My thought was just throw it to Douthwaite then if he's warmed up. And he's bowled well, and he's bowled with threat, and he found an edge yesterday evening of Mark Stoneman, didn't carry. But, Carlson, it is continues. I don't think you particularly throw it to the spinner at this stage. I don't think that would impress any of the seamers who are worried about how soft the ball goes, how quickly it goes.
Won't be a huge concern for Glamorgan at the moment, but obviously just filling these overs with some spin will help get that -2 over 8 back as well. That's currently showing on the scoreboard. They'll get that. I think Glamorgan will get that down to 65 overs left in the day by lunchtime, and they'll be level again. I would be pretty certain with that.
Well, there's the one. Off spinner to the right hander with the slope.
Just see here, we spoke earlier on about that threat of that off-spinner bowling against the slope, and does the ball hold rather than spinning back? And it does. Higgins just plays around it a little bit. A bit too close for comfort for the Middlesex batter.
The ball dabs into the offside and the onside in the meantime. Enjoys the game, Carlson. Certainly got plenty of chatter.
He's a great competitor. Scores his runs and competes very well with the ball as well with his off spin.
Right on cue. Bumps back to him. Actually really hides the ball on the way in. I was talking about his release points, the off spin, to Mark Lane before, and I was asking you about them there as well. The 81st, 2-4-7 for 3.
Yeah, just trying to hide his grip, how he's holding it from the batter there. That will help him. He might try and spin it a little more, or try to just, as you say, go underneath the ball, just trying to hide what he's doing. Been a good partnership though for Middlesex this. 6 short of it being 50, so crept up quite quickly. Partnership of 44 so far. Deploy on 21, Higgins on 21. So they've ticked this along nicely.
Well, it looks like it has a good balance about it, this lineup at the moment. 4 and 5, they're almost a middle order powerhouse, aren't they, Higgins and Deploy? Oh. Chip back down the grounds, a wide mid-off in place. Safely placed by Deploy, get a couple. So the second new ball waits until after lunch. I guess once Douthwaite was out of the attack, that was clearly going to be the case.
Yeah, Glamorgan will slide up, have a nice lunch, and then the bowlers will get themselves ready to go. Be new balled up straight after lunch to present a new challenge to Higgins and Deploy.
First batting point on the board for Middlesex, 250 for 3.
Be some celebrations from the Middlesex faithful for that batting point, I think. Struggled to find them last year, but nice to see on the first attempt Middlesex picking up the first batting point.
Just on the batting points, there was a lot of chatter about it last year, going up to 250 from 200, and some speculation it was going to come back down this year, but not so. They've left it at 250 for the first. Wasn't a wholly popular decision to move it, as I understand it, across the board, across all the counties, to move it to 250.
I think the general sense of the point system last year was that there was almost too many things changed. They changed the draw points down to 5, and they changed the batting points up by 50 runs. And I'm not certain here that, you know, Glamorgan have got 620 for 3 and haven't got maximum bonus points. There's something there that doesn't seem right to me. I don't know what. I don't know if it should just be done on total runs at the end of your innings or runs per wicket or whatever. But yeah, I'm not sure you should get 620 for 3 and not get maximum batting points.
Particularly see there was a problem with it before. Within, what, 400 inside 110 overs? It's a reasonable lick, isn't it? Fair lick for a game. But there we go, that is lunch on day 3. So a couple of wickets in the morning session, 252 for 3. Deploy and Higgins still there. The batter's out. Stoneman for 97, Holden for 53. But these two have steadied things. Partnership worth 49 for the 4th wicket so far. Join us back just under 40 minutes. We'll pick up the commentary here from Lords and the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with the principal sponsor Daffabet. Thanks to Alan Coleman this morning. From myself, Kevin Hunt. We'll see you in just under 40 minutes. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. Liz Deploy and Ryan Higgins on their way out after lunch for Middlesex to face the second new ball. Glamorgan 82 overs into this innings now. Middlesex 252 for 3. Didn't take the second new ball before lunch with the spinners on at either end, Ingram and Carlson. But the sweater comes off for James Harris, the former Middlesex bowler, to bowl to the man who's pretty much replaced him, Higgins. And indeed, I guess it was the arrival of Harris that saw Higgins depart for Gloucestershire. Funny how the world works, but the pair will come up against each other again now. You'd imagine it'll be Mir Hamza from the pavilion ends to get matters going up there, but from the nursery end it'll be Harris running into this strong breeze that's blowing across Lords today. 2 wickets going down in the morning. First, Mark Stoneman, 97 to his name, brought up his 50 last night. And Max Holden had just gone past his 50. He was caught at leg slip by Ingram off Douthwaite. Gone for 53 and 252 for 3 the score. It's partnership 49 now. Middlesex leading an awful lot, replying to that 620 for 3. Sam North East's 335. Still 368 runs behind. So a fair bit to do to avoid the follow-on.
252 for 3, and that looks a really good score until you think that you're chasing 620 for 3. An amazing amount of runs still to save the follow-on.
Do you ever have any little scary moments to get past the follow-on back in your day with Middlesex? Ricky Alcock alongside myself, Kevin Hand, after lunch?
Yeah, I remember a few times having to score a few runs to save the follow-on. I remember one game here against Lancashire getting ball out for 40 odd. And Gat will probably remember that. Yeah. Scary time with old Patrick Patterson.
Shot. Really
beautiful shot.
Unusual one from Higgins as well in this game so far. We haven't seen much through the covers, the pace of the Kookaburra ball on this pitch, early season pitch. Not quite coming onto the bat.
Looks a bit like a proper West Indian shot. Huh? Just saw the length, saw the line, and just played through the ball.
New ball was signalled, I'm sure. He certainly signalled something up to the scorer's box. Maybe it was to start after lunch, but just to check to make sure that the new ball was signalled. Hasn't gone on the big screen just yet, but I'm sure I saw the signal up to the scorer's box to say new ball taken.
I quite like the effort of Doug there. He seemed to hit the deck fairly hard, a little bit more pace than most other people.
Oh, squared up a little bit by that one, Higgins. Let's be careful. Let's remember that this pitch, this Kookaburra, it's not been the easiest. And Douthwaite, as he said, for me, he was the first bowler that seemed to get a hurry on any of the batsmen in this game.
Yeah, he was certainly a lot quicker than the others, and it shows that if you put your back in, perhaps there was a little bit more on the wicket than it shown on the first few days. But again, nobody with that express pace to give people to hurry up.
Oh, loses his run up in this strong winds.
Miss takeoff, like us in an airplane, and deciding you're not going to go after all, and a little turn back and back to the end of the runway and start again.
I don't know if I want to ask you this. Any mentioned the dicey moments getting past the follow-on target, but he's running headlong into this wind, isn't he, James Harris? Battering him from the front.
Yeah, I'd prefer the other side myself. Downwind, bit of pace, with the slope, everything going for you. You need all of that when you're a quick bowler. Don't fight the odds. Seek the path of least resistance.
Goodness me. 2 of the drives of the match from Higgins after lunch. There hasn't been that many cover drives at all in this game.
always a lovely shot, a difficult shot to play, but when it's played well, it looks such a lovely shot to watch. And not a lot of pace, but still you still got to execute it in a proper way.
So few driving through the covers or clipping through mid-wicket. Here's Mir Hamza from the pavilion end, left arm over. This is Glamorgan's moment, isn't it? Middlesex 261 for 3, still trailing by 359. Second new ball. Couple of batters. You've got this 50 partnership now, of course. They've just brought up after lunch.
Sounds like torture. Still 300 runs to go. I mean, my lord, amazing. 335, biggest score at Lords.
Yeah, taken over from Gucci. What a knock.
How many years of cricket at Lords?
That's a nice shot by Deploy. Good timing as well. Races away. Long old boundary and up the hill all the way to the Warner stand. Well, the Jack Hobbs record stood from 1926 to 1990 when Gooch hit the 333 against India. So then another 34 years on from that.
And man, big runs. You would have thought that W. Grace in his time would have, knocked the stumps back in and continued to bat for 3 days.
On the move, Higgins again. He's going to have to be a little bit wary here against this second new ball, being too positive.
Yeah, a little bit loose there, but I suppose they probably the same kind of shot as that brought him the 2 4s earlier, and just missing out this time. At least he missed the whole thing rather than nipping off.
Who do you have to tussle with for the pavilion end?
Gus. Yeah, it's a fight with Gus. I actually prefer this end here. It was always give me a natural outswing if I'm bowling from the nursery end. The pavilion end. It needs a lot of discipline. Otherwise, you end up bowling a little bit too straight, and the better players nipping you off down the leg side.
Angle bat from Higgins. In position for that one, but Hamza will be pleased. Thick outside edge all on the floor. It's a second slip.
Yeah, nice soft hands, enough to stop it from carrying, really.
Hamza will feel he's in the game at the moment, though, only, which again is something we haven't said much for the bowlers in this match.
Yeah, I suppose growing up in Pakistan, you're accustomed to bowling on flat tracks. Finding ways of getting wickets that you wouldn't normally think about.
Yeah, just seemed to be a hint of reverse swing for him earlier this morning, but he only had 4 overs with the older ball, which is a surprise because it did, just for the first time, seem as though it could do something through the air in this match, the ball.
I think they probably bowl a little bit too short to actually induce that any kind of reverse or even just ordinary swing. Probably needs to be a little fuller.
Nice shot again from Higgins, just a single on this occasion, and the over 4 off it. 265 for 3 Middlesex.
I think I might have been tempted to bowl fuller length here, and a couple of slips, and perhaps a little bit more, a few more people in the offside protecting, and hoping that somebody don't watch it carefully enough and nip off.
Yeah, they tried all sorts this morning, didn't they, Glamorgan? Field was constantly. Were you in for the full morning? Did you see all of it?
Yeah, I watched quite a bit of the morning. Came in just after 11.
The second hour of the morning, they particularly went for some short stuff, didn't they? Packed the leg side.
Yeah, I saw a strangle down the leg side, which was a.
Oh, using his feet again. Higgins looking to access the offside. Harris likes it. Ponders Higgins' advance, but it wasn't quite to that one. Thick outside part of the bat to point.
It's always harsh to, in a flat wicket like this, and to get nip off down the leg side. You know what I mean? It's always, that's always tearful.
How on earth did he lose that one? Kicked the ball away. McElroy managed to find it again.
Could do with him at Spurs later, don't we?
So your team, Spurs.
That's my team. I'm a glutton for punishment. Don't worry about it.
Champions League chase is on this year.
Champions League is on, yeah, but you got a nasty feeling that we like to ball it just at the last moment, yeah.
Who are they playing this afternoon? They're in action.
Forest game should be a good game to put us just ahead of the game.
Villa won yesterday, did they? Aston Villa.
They drew. And but yeah, a good game today. Be ahead of Villa in the box seat for the Champions League. But I just, in these tight moments, it's always a Spurs that bottle it a little bit, Don't worry, I've been a season ticket holder for years, so I've had the full array of pain at White Hart Lane. Yeah.
A few Arsenal fans in the Middlesex dressing room over the years as well.
Absolutely. There's one in the commentary box next door, old Roland.
Is he?
He's a gun hand. So we've had our run-ins for years, and then of course there's Gus. That's a Liverpool boy, and so I've had a few run-ins with him as well. Gat just phoned up, as a matter of fact.
Inside edge? I thought they'd have gone up more if it wasn't for the inside edge on that one.
Yeah.
Missing leg perhaps as well, but... Yeah.
Yeah, big inside edge. But yeah, Gatcha's just phoned up to wish the best of luck for the old Spurs boys, but let's hope he can do something later.
Who's Gat's team? End of the over, 265 for 3.
Old Gat is a Spurs boy.
He is.
Yeah.
Richard Johnson, current head coach, Spurs fan as well.
Absolutely. So there's been a few in the old Middlesex dressing room. A few Gunners, a few of the Spurs boys. I don't know. So I think Mickey Roseby is around somewhere, but I suppose he would have been Newcastle boy or Sunderland or something.
Gunnar Gould, was he still on the staff at Middlesex when you were?
He just gone off to Sussex.
It's been an interesting battle now. Hamza to deploy, two high quality cricketers. Deploy shows a lot of the stump, stays very leg side. Let's see if he does the same though to Hamza.
Very diminutive old deploy. Looks a decent compact player.
It's bad enough leg to the right armers. No, he's a long way across to Hamza. There we go. It's just a big difference. To the right-handers, you pretty much saw all the stumps. Bad enough leg, but to Mir Hamza now, he's across virtually onto off.
Oh, just in his position, depending on the arm over. Looks a decent sort of a player, though. Very compact and organised. I'd like to see him up against a little bit more quicker, and I'm a Middlesex supporter, but it'd be nice to see the quicker ball up.
Good shot, no run. Well fielded in the covers. Al Hassan tumbling. Yeah, it was seen as quite the capture deploy from Derbyshire. Talking to Alan Coleman just before lunch on the mic.
Derbyshire. He must be absolutely boiling down south. You guys remember a few early season games at Chesterfield? My lord, that place was cold.
Chesterfield's. Yeah, they're quite open, the two main grounds, aren't they? Chesterfield and Derby. There's not
Absolutely.
much.
Chesterfield, Derby. Hereford was another seriously cold place, and probably the coldest of the lot was Cambridge. You know, you play an early morning game, early season game at Fennerds, and the wind coming through off the North Sea was not the nicest, especially for a quick bowler out of the Caribbean.
More there. 267 for 3. Deploy tickles along to 31. So far across here. Deploy, it really feels like Hamza's in the game. Pakistan bowler knows it. Interesting battle this. 268 for 3. Yeah. Let's have a look again. That back foot's almost outside off. As that ball pitches there in line. Ooh. It's going to be an interesting battle, that. Hamza thought he had his man. So close. Single takes deployed to 32. Gives him the strike for the new over against Harris. It again from behind the bowlers up after this one. We'll look at it again, see just how close that was to Harris. Oh, gets that one through. McCroy rolls over the top of it. They'll get a couple, I think about a third.
It's like the old Middlesex Association just run into Mickey Roseberry, remember him?
I just heard he got pulled out. Here's that Harris one very quickly. See how far back it was pushed. About a yard or two in front. That's the game, isn't it? They've got to be careful. Check the shots here. Flag sides. And a good tumbling stop by Hamza. Got him to a couple. Yeah, this round of matches, I reckon he could have put together a fair old Middlesex.
Yeah, Gat has been around, rolling around. Just had a decent talk there with Mickey Roseberry. Interesting, you know, the 80 side really, or late 80 side, early 90 side. You know, a few people around. Gus.
Side edge. Trickles away safely. Single taken. End of the over. 273 for 3.
Yeah, it would have been a good side. Set not bowling on this track. You know, it'd been a good place to feel at third man or somewhere. Fine leg maybe. You know, keep away from bowling on this track. It's a road. It's a kind of track that you want to take around with you. You know, and use whenever you want to as a batter.
Gus was making the point that, you know, the squares across the country now are under so much pressure, the ground staff, to prepare and pitches. The best pitches now generally the first ones of the season, because the ground staff have had time to prepare, whereas the rest of the season they're under the cosh to get the pitches rolled out, don't have as much preparation time.
In our time, I mean, we as seamers, we love the early season. Get a little bit of nipping around, you know, leave a bit of grass on. But these things, this looks like a Caribbean wicket.
Now, he's gone. Mir Hamza strike. We said that it was going to be quite the matchup with Deploy, and the celebrations for picking up Deploy for 37. Well, they had some catching to do for Hamza there. He wheeled away in delight. Huge wicket here for Glamorgan.
Looks fairly adjacent.
Let's have another go from this side.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's very adjacent. Seem to play around it a little bit. It's hit the bat leg. So that's it.
We said that was going to be an interesting matchup. Hamza to Deploy it. He's batting in a distinctly different position. It was complete contrast to how he's playing the right arm seamer from the pavilion end. So his angle is lining up. But yeah, as soon as he didn't get bat on that, I think Glamorgan were interested. Very interested in the game now. 3-4-7 is still the deficit for Middlesex. It's a long way. 273 for 4. Jack Davies handed the gloves, with John Simpson departing for Sussex. And now Davies, who opened the batting here a couple of seasons back against Hampshire for Middlesex. Now he's got a job to do coming in at number 6 in the glovesman's role, the middle order.
Well, they say as one guy departs, another one comes in. There's always a opportunity for a new guy. 300 runs, lots of time in the game as yet, so it's a good opportunity to get some decent runs on the board.
Well, I think that's exactly it for the frustration so far. Obviously, Mark Stoneman was out looking for his century, wasn't he? Went too hard at one, offered it into the offside on 97, trying to bring up the 3 figures, but Robson, Hold'em, now Deploy as well, all with starts. They were disappointed that they weren't able to go on.
Yeah, they all will be disappointed. Everybody's got a start really, and nobody's gone on as yet. I mean, it's still not out of the game, of course. I mean, probably winning it is not going to be a problem, but losing the game.
Oh, it's a nice start from Hamza, right on the spot, drawing Davies across.
Seem to be a number of left-handers. A team of left-handers.
Just nine nicely. Yeah, having lost Milan and Simpson. Two left-handers gone, but Davies comes in and Deploy.
So, absolutely. More left-handers. Should be lovely going down the hill here at Lord's for the left-hander. Angling across and moving it down the hill.
He's a long way across there again. Hamza excited. 3 slips in place.
So always decent bowling down the hill or bowling from the pavilion end here at Lord's, especially to the right-hander, because you don't need to do that much to get an edge. You know, just any ball that's straighter really becomes an outswinger at this end, and the same thing when you're bowling from the nursery end. Any ball that straightens becomes an in-swinger, simply because of the shape of the ground. What is it from the top end down to the bottom?
Is it 9 feet?
9 or 10 feet, if I remember correctly. So it's a big slope.
It is. You probably see it best up here, don't you? You look. It runs from, I think, where the Warner meets the grandstand down to the mound below to our left.
Yes, always. I used to find it a little bit difficult when I first came here, bowling from the pavilion end. Just purely on the balance of your feet, even running into the crease, because you're running slightly, against the grain. It's difficult to get your feet organized. Once you learn and realize how to do it, actually it's not that bad, and it becomes probably a little bit easier because you realize what kind of length and what kind of line that you need to bowl to make it work. And there used to be a hump here at one stage as well. I don't think that people talk about the hump very much.
It's a good start, pulls into a single. Yeah, that's something I have to admit that I wasn't wholly aware of until I started the job. But back in the day, there was the ridge, the hump, as you said.
Yeah, the large ridge. And everybody used to try and hit it, either the up slope of it or the down slope of it. So either you get a little bit more bounce going up the slope, or a little less if you hit the other side of it. And people like Gus and that lot were quite adept at bowling that kind of a length. I was a little bit too quick to be worrying about the hump, to tell the truth. My interest was to try and get as much carry as possible. So people was going to be struggling for purely on pace. This ground, the wicket was particularly slow, so it wasn't terribly good for myself. Better for us was Uxbridge.
Yeah.
That had a bit of pace in our day.
It was a shame because Uxbridge was such a renowned outground for Middlesex, but it died a death in the end. The surface there was so slow and low by the end, which is the complete opposite to the heyday.
Absolutely. I remember bowling a spell there, NatWest 1989, I would guess, and incredible pace.
Gattingway and Brearley close.
Gattingway, Brearley close. Absolute amazing. And
should have had the Ricky Elcock end as well. Never mind the pavilion end.
I remember bowling the ball there, bounced it to, I can't remember, I think it might have been to Chris Broad, somebody like that, going straight into the sight screen out the Brearley end. Absolutely incredible amount of pace there.
Yeah, it was. I never saw it with that. By the time I started doing this, unfortunately, it was ever dying a death to play on the surface.
Did it turn?
No, that was the problem, really. It just offered nothing in the end. Oh, yes, no. Settle on the no. In the end, the only cricket that it could have possibly really professionally held was a List A game, where a game of cat and mouse. Because they'd play T20s there, and you'd struggle for 4s and 6s. It was so slow and slow-low, which is an extraordinary thing to say. I remember there was a championship match where Nick Compton was playing for Somerset. Stephen Finn was bowling out of his skin, just trying to get something out of it, but Compton just kept plunging to the front foot and kept Middlesex out for 4 days. That was pretty much the end of Uxbridge, that one. But like I say, the T20s as well, they were no spectacle at all because it was so slow and low. Only really game format that possibly you could even play there was List A, because then at least you've got that game of cat and mouse where you know runs are going to be hard to come by. It's going to be low scoring. In a 50 over game, you don't mind it so much, but a low scoring.
Yeah, we played some county championship games there as well as NatWest, for instance. But I remember a county game we played there, 400 and something for one. Desmond scored a double. Hutch scored 170 odd, and so it's a good wicket, and you needed to get wickets with a new ball. That was a big thing, getting wickets with a new ball.
Was your other favourite outground Uxbridge at that point? Where else?
Uxbridge, Southgate, we played.
It was a good track at Southgate, actually.
Yes, decent track up there. Played
a big run scoring ground again as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, I played a few in them days with John Player, especially the 40 over games we played up there.
Enjoy a trip to St Helens, Swansea?
Wasn't a fan of St Helens, Swansea.
Too damp a ground for you?
Absolutely. Preferred Trent Bridge. I quite like Trent Bridge. I always felt comfortable bowling on the ground at Trent Bridge.
Swansea's a Jimmy Harris ground, isn't it? Ended the over 276 with Phil Harris. None for 59 from 21.
Yeah, absolutely.
How was the Oval at that stage?
Oval had decent pace. Of course, they had Clarkey down there and people like Gray and people like that. So the wicket always had a bit of pace and decent players down there, of course.
It's interesting, actually, really, isn't it? With the, the Oval Test match is always the great one for the West Indies tour, wasn't it? Absolutely packed house at the Oval for a West Indies tour. But then, of course, Middlesex had more of the players from the West Indies themselves than Surrey did.
Yeah, absolutely. But I suppose where the Oval is in London, the sort of Brixton area just down the road, and a lot of big West Indian area, so they all came out to the Oval Test match.
It's a surprise that the Surrey team didn't have more West Indian players in it, whereas Middlesex absolutely did.
Yeah, absolutely contrast. I mean, you'd think all the big West Indian areas in South London, and yet still most of the West Indian players were at North London.
Yeah, strange one that.
Yeah, some lovely West Indian names here. Neil Williams and Norman Cowans, Wayne Daniel, Roland Butcher, Desmond Haynes. Very nostalgic times.
Forgive me, I did ask you on day one, I can't remember the answer now. Did you say you had 1 year with Wayne Daniel, or was he gone by the time?
Yeah, he had just gone by the time. Gone. Wayne was probably enjoying the sunshine in Barbados in the last year, 89 year. I think Wayne finished in 88. The old Damon put a shift in for Middlesex, didn't he?
It was extraordinary, wasn't it? 'Cause, what a player, what a bowler, but just outside the West Indies side.
Yeah, I mean the West Indies in them times it was just very, very difficult. When you think, I don't know how many Test matches Wayne would have played, probably 10 Test matches, something like that. Sylvester Clarke about the same, Ezra Mosley, people like Hartley Allen, Franklin Stevenson. All of these are people that can actually get into the West Indies side. They're just an amazing side at the time. But I suppose if you've got Malcolm Marshall and Joel Garner, people like that in the side, it's very difficult for other people to get in, isn't it?
68 years of age now, Wayne Daniel. Still so fondly remembered here. Exactly that, 10 Test matches he played.
Oh, that was a good guess.
Yeah, 25 his average in Test cricket for 36 wickets. 22 his average for 867 first-class wickets.
But that's what I mean. You're thinking to yourself, that quality of fast bowler played 10 Test matches. Now he'd have played 60, 70 Test matches for most other test sides anywhere in the world, and you still had people like Hartley Allen and Ezra Mosley and Franklin Stevenson and Norbert Phillips and these kinds of people around.
Well, it's interesting, the man in front of us here, he averages 22 in first-class cricket just for the 5 tests for Pakistan. Similarly so, he's a quality bowler, but just kept out of that Pakistan side by an extraordinary array of talent. Well, Hamza was wheeling away in celebration. He thought he had his man. They didn't go up behind the stumps. Hamza then turned to appeal. By that point, he was on his own.
Yeah, the lone voice. And Batter didn't seem too interested. And of course, the man that really counts, the Emperor, he wasn't interested at all.
Here we go. Let's look for the reactions. Hamza, well, did he really believe? Started to celebrate, then turned to appeal. Nobody behind the stumps really went with him.
Yeah, looked a bit hopeful at the end.
Did he believe? Did he believe? Well, actually, yeah, I think he did. I think he really genuinely thought he had him, and then it turned to shock that nobody was appealing with him. Do you almost asking the rest, why aren't you appealing with me? McIlroy into the attack. Here we go. This angle might give us a go from behind the batter. It was close, wasn't it?
Close. Looks a little bit of daylight between ball and bat there.
Two left armers for Glamorgan, McIlroy and Mir Hamza. Always such a danger at Lords, the left armour.
Yeah, absolutely. One coming down the hill and one going up the hill. There's always a little X factor there. I'd love to see Doug Wick back into the attack.
Well, he hasn't had a go with the harder ball yet. It doesn't last long, the Kookaburra. That's the big thing about this round, isn't it? The Kookaburra balls.
Yeah, well,
Go
come on.
so quickly.
Come on, get the quickie in. Let's see a little bit of pace. See some people jumping around. Always make cricket exciting.
Well, it was a surprise that it took so long to get him on. By the time that he came on with the first ball, I almost thought, well, okay, throwing it to somebody else to give him a go, and all of a sudden he sit up and take note and say, hold on a minute. He's really got something going here.
Absolutely. Batter's hurrying a little bit, which you just haven't seen on this wicket in any of the match so far. Placid wicket, that is just amazing.
Well, it's almost a perfect storm, isn't it? Because I think this track would have been a belter at this time of year with the Duke's ball for the bowlers. I think it would have been a really good balance. At the moment, obviously, the balance is in the favour of the batter, because the combination of a Kookaburra ball, as Alan Coleman was saying earlier today, and Mark Lane before him, the Kookaburra, it needs a really hard surface to get some pace out of it. Still early season here, you haven't got the hard surface where the Kookaburra, even the older Kookaburra, that you can try and get something out of it. So it's really very much a new ball pitch here.
Yeah, I think the Kookaburra tend to have to beat people for pace through the air rather than off the pitch. That's the usual thing. I mean, even in Australia and New Zealand playing with that thing, you usually had to try and beat people through the air for pace. But then, of course, you need pace to be able to do that. There's no point trying to beat, trying to beat people with pace if you're bowling at 79 miles an hour.
Well, this has certainly been the one from the ECB, isn't it? To try and replicate test standards, test conditions at county level. And we've got a very close to it circumstance here, this pitch and ball combination.
I mean, it's always nice to have a good balance between bat and ball. You know, I don't think you want it too much. You know, sometimes early season with the Duke was a little bit too much in favour of the bowlers, and but at the same time you don't want it with the Kookaburra too much in favour of the batters.
Well, that's the thing. I think we've got the perfect storm here, haven't we? If it was a Duke ball on this pitch, or a Kookaburra ball on perhaps some of the pitches that we've seen early season at Lords over the years and around the country. But in this one, it's a pitch that needs a Duke ball at this time of year, and it's a ball that perhaps needs later in the summer a harder pitch, or as you say, a green top.
Yeah. I think if if you start bringing the Kookaburra, probably should need to leave a little bit more grass on and give the bowlers an opportunity. Otherwise we get scores of 630 for 3.
Well, the interesting thing is you put a couple of wickets on this scoreboard now. Middlesex aren't halfway there yet, are they? So, big partnership here between Higgins and Davies is required.
Yeah, 343 trail is it's still a mammoth's total.
It's 2 on the board now, and it's trouble, isn't it, for Middlesex?
Absolutely. Absolutely. 277 for 6, and it's not a very good period.
Be interesting what Glamorgan would have to do actually if Middlesex were to, I mean, where we are in the game now time-wise, Middlesex were to fall short of the follow-on. They have time to go out and bat again, bat for a session, just let the bowlers get their feet up for a while. Middlesex had a game against Essex here at the start of the season in 2017, the year of the title defence, and they were all over Essex by tea on day 3. They'd missed the follow on Essex, went back to the dressing room, and the message came across: Middlesex had elected to bat again. They batted for another hour and a half or so that third day, and apparently the celebrations in the Essex dressing room were huge, and Middlesex didn't enforce the follow on. The feeling was the bowlers needed a break. First game of the season, not go straight back out there again. Essex saved the draw, and Middlesex had to wait a wee while to get their first win of that season. Ended up relegated by the end of it.
Yeah, that's always a judgment, very fine judgment, whether to bat again and have 2 bites at it, or whether to enforce the follow on.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed a very strange decision not to enforce the follow on at that point for Middlesex.
And at what time of the day was it?
Well, tea on day 3. Time was running out in the match. Essex held on for the draw on the 4th day.
Yeah, I suppose at tea, if I think you're going to get 2 lots at it, you would have had a bowl and a break overnight and then come back the next morning. So.
Yeah, exactly that. But apparently the celebrations in the Essex dressing room, they couldn't believe it that Middlesex didn't enforce the follow-on. It was an infamous story now. Poor old James Franklin was the captain at the time, and he pretty much had half a dressing room being the batters saying force the follow-on, and half the dressing room the bowlers saying no, we want a break. Yeah. As he said, you couldn't exactly upset your bowlers first game of the season as the skipper.
Yeah, that's always the job of a captain, instead of bad news. I find that captain in an aircraft sometimes you have to just say to people, look, I know what you think, but this is what I think, and I'm the boss.
Flight delayed.
Yeah. Yeah, captaining is always a hard. It's always a hard job. As one captain said to me, when you look in the mirror, you see a reflection of yourself. That's because the buck only ever stops with you. Or it's why they pay you the big bucks.
Yeah, if you go back that day in 2017, asked James Franklin, with a time machine, would you go back and enforce the follow-on? You bet you would. They actually got away with it, Middlesex, because what made it even worse that final day was there was a threat of rain around on the final day, and they got very nearly the full day. Barely think we even lost an hour on that final day, but the threat on the third day was that you could lose half a day on the final day. So to not enforce the follow-on at that point was incredible. Oh, he's got it through. My apologies. 4 more. I thought that was fielded a point, but he's got it through. Davies, his first boundary.
Yeah, it seemed to be at a little standstill for quite a while.
I thought the fielder had it. He was just stood there statuesque because there was nothing he could do about it. I thought he was rocking back with the ball in hands, having just taken it on the bounce. But 4 it is.
Watched it gracefully up towards the top end, where Father Times used to be at one stage, and now he's down the other side. Do you remember this?
Yeah, I don't. So he was atop the grandstand before, now atop the scorebox.
Yeah, absolutely. I came here as a, 15-year-old playing for England schools. It was an amazing time of my life as a 15-year-old, just out of Barbados, obviously. At Malvern, get selected to play for England schools, and turned up here to play at Lord's.
One thing that actually with the Sam Northeast score, which eluded us at the time, I only found it out afterwards. That was his first professional century at Lord's.
Absolutely.
Never scored a century at Lord's as a professional. However, he did score as a schoolboy.
Oh, you
Here
would
at
have
Lord's.
played
He scored a
Harrow at
century.
Eton,
Yeah,
wouldn't
he scored one for Harrow in 2007. Was his only other century at Lord's, and that was in a schoolboy match.
Oh, the Harrow Eton match.
So he said, obviously, the big thing for him to begin with was finally getting his first professional century at Lord's, which North East guy of his reputation, it hadn't even occurred to me that that was his first century at Lord's, because he's played here so much for Kent and been a rival of Middlesex for so long. But yeah, first century, and then becomes the highest scorer.
Highest scorer gone down the books at Lord's forever.
It's going to take some beating, it really is.
Absolutely.
Saw 241 from Chris Rogers here in 2015 when Middlesex chased 472 to beat Yorkshire the year before the title.
What a lovely player Chris was too. So some lovely overseas players that's come through the Middlesex dressing room over the years, and you know, Jeff Thompson and Vincent Vanderbilt, Wayne Daniel himself.
Just trying to think, who was the overseas when you were here?
Desmond Haynes.
Was there only one overseas at that point?
Yes, one overseas player at the time. Yeah, Wayne had just finished the year before, and Desmond came in '89, and he was the overseas batter. So they switched from a express fast bowler, West Indian, to a blocker in Desmond.
You to be the express pace then, Ricky. You could afford to get in the dasher.
I had a lovely story of Desmond. We were playing in the NatWest final that year against Warwickshire, and we were all over the game. And old Desmond had imported a car from, I think it was from Germany. He was ship it down to Barbados, and he'd bought some accessories for the game. And during the game, he'd come over to me and he said, "Rick, you know, when we win this match." He came over to me and he said, "When we win the match, I'm going to buy some spoilers and alloy wheels for my car and all kinds of things." And you probably remember the game. Yozza got hit for 6 in the last over, and virtually finished the game at that time. And I remember standing and looking at Desmond, feeling that cover and thinking, And he just looked at me and he said, "Oh, spoilers gone."
Mir Hamza and the umpire just having a chat about something.
Yep, 1989, NatWest final, Warwickshire versus Middlesex. Not a good day.
That was. Did Ramps get some runs in that game?
I think Desmond got a few. Very low scoring game, 210 or something like that. And they got home in the last 2 balls or something like that. Started badly.
Shot by Davis. What should he done? To the offside.
I remember turning up the morning of the game, September 2, 1989, pulling my suitcase all the way up to the top of the thing there, entering the pavilion to find it full of Warwickshire players, thinking what's going on. It says, well, you've lost the toss and you in the visitors' dressing room. So that was a bad day.
Yeah. Oh, that must have hurt.
So you had to log my cases all through all the doors in the pavilion, all the way down to the visitors, where of course we just didn't.
Was that the only time you were ever in the visitors' dressing room at all?
Only time. Yeah, absolutely. And I think Gat lost the toss, and we got shipped down to the visitors' dressing room, probably purposely.
Absolutely. Upset you before the game's even started. I mean, you'd do the same in return, wouldn't you?
Yeah, of course.
Nice shot, but watchfully done again by Davies. Yeah, I'm just having a look. Alan Donalds, Gladstone Small, Dermot Reeve. That's not a bad bowling lineup, is it? Tim Munson, Paul Smith, Neil Smith.
Absolutely.
Middlesex skittled 210 for 5 on that one. Into the 94th over here, 283 for 4. Desmond Haynes 50, bowled Neil Smith. John Carr made 17. Mike Gattin just a single from 7 deliveries, bowled by Munton. Then Ramprakash made 24. No, so that was not the final that he got some runs. 24 bowled Donalds. Some bloke called Mike Rosebery.
Just speaking to him.
Caught as if Din off the bowling of Gladstone Small for 26. Paul Downton not out 43. John Embry not out 21. And Warwickshire 211 for 6. It didn't start too well for Warwickshire actually.
No,
Fraser picked up Moles and Alvin Klitscheran for a duck, caught Downton. Andy Lloyd's opening as well, got 34, bowled Embry. It's only Dermot Reeve with 42 really.
yeah, I think he got man in the match, so Dermot.
He did.
Still got my medal somewhere at home. Threw it in a bag, didn't see it for 30 years. It was a fairly upsetting day, to tell the truth. Started badly and got sort of gradually worse. You know, you get kicked out of your own dressing room, and then get kicked out of the match as well.
Elcock, Cowans, Fraser, Hughes, Embry and Carr, the bowlers that day.
Yes, yours a 10.4. One of them went. The last one went for 6 over my head down here somewhere, towards the nursery end. I don't think Desmond has ever forgotten. Forgive them.
Still looking for those spoilers.
He's still looking for those alloy wheels for the old Merc. The ground's changed quite a bit since then.
Oh, that's clipped, but watchfully done to Al Hassan. Yeah, ever changing now, Lords, isn't it? The the Allen stand next to the pavilion. The tavern's the last real throwback, isn't it? To the left of the screen there.
Absolutely. And then those days, people would be on the edge of the field, you know. So you would run around
the rope, yeah.
Sat around the rope. Of course, health and safety probably doesn't allow it anymore.
Well, it's great, wasn't it? All the kids were sent to sit down around the rope. You couldn't imagine it now with the ball being battered around.
Absolutely, kids around signing autographs. It was an incredible period of cricket.
But yeah, the tavern's going to be rebuilt as of next year. The Allen will be done as well. Warner done a few years back. Grandstand obviously was the big change for some time, along with the media centre indeed. 1999 this media centre built, and then the Compton and the Edrich rebuilt recently as well. They've made a fine addition to this end. 2-8-3 for 4 after 94 overs. These two have just settled things down again. 6 from 29, Davies. He's just gone quietly and efficiently about his business, hasn't he? Had that one big appeal from Hamza for a caught behind.
Yeah, not sure Hamza believed himself, but he had a decent appeal, and hopefully was perhaps a little more hopeful than expecting. But you know, to me, I think it was probably a little bit of daylight between ball and bat. So he continues.
Home's West London for you now, isn't it? Do you spend much time back in Barbados?
Yeah, I guess spend a fair time. I usually spend, I don't know, 2-3 months a year in the lovely island. It's a beautiful part of the world, beautiful weather. And of course, I mean, I obviously was born in Barbados and grew up in Barbados, so, you know, still lots of friends and family there. Well, Desmond still live. I could throw a rock from my house to his.
That was the next question, yeah. For a single. Davies. The Middlesex reunion in Barbados each year?
Yeah, Gat has come over, so I catch up with Gat every now and again when he comes over. Gus has been over a few times, of course. Desmond, as I said, lives across the way from me, so I normally go up there mornings after my run. So I have a cup of coffee with him if I could get past his dogs.
Has he got a pack of them?
He's got a heap of them up there, yeah.
That's not a bad thought, is it? Morning run and off for a coffee with Desi Haynes.
Yeah, off a coffee, sit around. He's got a little pool up there in the shape of a Barbados, the shape of the island of Barbados. So I'll sit and have a little thing with him. It's all very...
A little bit of something out in the middle at the moment. The hook around the no ball calls. No ball called for. Fielders behind squares one thought, but it doesn't seem to be, unless that point fielder in front of the umpire there was, he got deep square as well. It's deep square a little bit too fine. You've got long leg, gully, slip. There was no deep third, so. Around, so yeah, maybe deep square was a little bit too fine. Yeah, must have been too many behind on the leg side. Certainly two, and then with the leg gully, and then if deep square had just come a little bit too fine. Must have been umpire Adnan at points who picked it up, because even on the replay there it seemed as though umpire Middlebrook hadn't been alert to it. trail by 3-3-3. Score here at Lords.
The old 3-3-3. Old Shepherd who have been jumping around 1 feet now.
Field being adjusted again here. Leg slip, just moving a little bit wider. Colin Ingram and taking a few. It's almost back to a, what is it, deep leg gully now.
Bit of leg theory.
That's how Holden fell, wasn't it? Long legs in place as well. Bangs in the bumper.
Wayne is in Barbados too, and you don't see Wayne very much. Occasionally you see him at games as such, like, but tend to keep himself fairly much to himself. But every now and again he'll phone me up and we'll have a chat and stuff. But he's still down in Barbados. Bit of the sort of Middlesex old boy network in Barbados now. There's myself, there's Roland, there's Wayne, there's Desmond, of course, and every now and again you'll get Gat come down, or Nash Shields down there every now and again. So there's a few.
43, 97, 53, 37, 36. Higgins. Somebody needs to go on for Middlesex. Needs to have just settled things down again. It slowed Higgins down. He'd had a positive start after lunch, but the wicket of deployers slowed things once more. We just need to get the Middlesex Stream team out for a trip to Barbados at some point.
Absolutely.
Pre-season tour.
You could have a Desmond plays golf every day, and he gets a little twitch around 10 o'clock or so if he's not hitting golf balls. So you could probably take him up on a few games.
Of shape on that one through the air for McElroy. Pre-season for Middlesex, South Africa I think they had, but maybe if pre-season ever comes back, then Barbados is going to have to be the destination. I think we need to get the Middlesex link to Barbados.
Yeah, I think the last year that I was here, we had pre-season in Portugal, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Portugal, Spain, and
yeah,
I know South Africa a couple of years back. Time of the title it was destination, of course, the year after the title. It was off to UAE for the MCC Champions match, which sadly is no more. The MCC Champions game
doesn't play it anymore.
Yeah, pink ball match Middlesex had against the MCC. Sam Northeast was playing in that game for the MCC, but no, it's a shame that game doesn't happen.
I saw it because I saw it in the Caribbean a couple of times as well.
Well, it did, and I'm not sure Mike Gattin wasn't behind that in saying that the game needs to move out there. They had the North v South series in the Caribbean. Nick Gubbins was a Middlesex player at that point, picked up a hamstring injury. But yeah, there was the thought that actually the MCC Champions match should be played in the Caribbean, not in the UAE.
Yeah, I remember one game actually playing in the Caribbean, somewhere in Barbados. I mean, pre-season sort of run out is actually not a bad place in the world to be, to tell the truth.
Well, as I said, it's certainly got the commentators' blessing to have a pre-season in.
And as kids, there used to be a series called the Fred Rumsey series that used to come around the Caribbean, and they, in effect, would bring a number tourists out and fill the sides up with local players, and that was an amazing season, amazing series for all of us young kids that ever played in it, and they, I mean, some amazing players, Ezra Mosley and Franklin Stevenson and people like that all played in it.
Of course, the World Cup in the Caribbean and the US. You going to be out there for it?
I'll be there. Certainly love to see the final. Early games against England versus Scotland, I believe, is one game in Barbados, and England versus Australia in Barbados.
Into the over 2-2. 288 for 4. India, Pakistan in New York's the one that had my eye.
Ah, that's got to be a big game. Going to be a big game, big crowd. I suspect the price of that is going to be yet extraordinary.
I think the stadium, which is being built as we speak, it's only going to hold 35,000 because it will be part temporary stands.
Oh, okay.
So it's only 35,000. So yeah, the price of the tickets for that.
35,000, and probably the right place to play it actually in New York, India versus Pakistan, or the two communities in that part of the world. 2007 World Cup was in the Caribbean. They was going to be a head-to-head Pakistan versus India and Barbados. 27,000 or 28,000 people were supposed to be there. Of course, never happened because I think Ireland beat Pakistan at the time, and I think Bangladesh beat India. They ended up with India, Bangladesh in the Caribbean. You have to give away the tickets.
Look, 2 here, settle on the 1. Yeah, Bob Ulmer was the Pakistan coach at the time, wasn't he?
Absolutely, yeah.
So I remember Pakistan then had a tour. Actually, there you go, linking the story all the way back with the segue. Pakistan then came to play Middlesex at Uxbridge. Turned up, got off the coach, had one look at the pitch, said we're not playing on this, and off they went back again. I think it was too wet, the outfield. But just overall, I don't think the pitch was in the greatest of conditions for that match because of the amount of rain that had been around the few previous weeks.
So they'd come out of the Caribbean and came up to England?
Well, it must have been ahead of whatever the next tour was.
Oh, okay.
Or either the tour before, whichever either side of...
Yeah, that was it was an interesting time in the Caribbean. The 2007 World Cup was supposed to leave a lot of legacy around the Caribbean, which probably didn't quite work out.
Actually, so it must have been the tour before the World Cup, mustn't it? Because, of course, Bob William sadly passed away in the Caribbean, so it would have been 2006, I guess. Yeah. Uxbridge. Yeah, it was great. It was all set up, Pakistan versus Middlesex at Uxbridge. Real shame that game didn't happen, but yeah, a lot of rain. It's just seen it was too slippy to play.
Too slippery to play. Now that 2007 World Cup. So here we are, 17 years down the road. Doesn't seem like 17 years ago that all occurred. Sadly, Babu no longer with us.
Where is the final? Did you say it was in Barbados, the final?
Final in Barbados. The West Indies would be hoping that it's them.
Yeah. That's a cracking T20 side. I watched IPL game a couple of games back. Who was it now? Was opening up for them in that. Absolutely tore into one of the attacks.
Oh, they're not a bad T20 side. It's the longer form of the game. I think that they struggle with.
Old Trafford, Manchester, just a little bit of news in the Surrey Twitter feed. They've confirmed the reason they aren't playing at the moment is it's too windy, too dangerous as a result for the ground staff to take the covers off because it's too windy at the moment. So the covers are on and they're not out there playing because it's a health and safety measure because it's too windy for the ground staff to go and take the covers off.
Sounds like the kind of excuse we use coming at landing in Heathrow. It's too windy. We'll go off to Cardiff.
Oh, did you have many of those? End of the over here, 291 for 4. Did you have that often?
Well, occasionally you get winds that's out the limits of the aircraft, so you have to go off somewhere else.
Trip to the Swalex Stadium, at least. If you get diverted to Cardiff.
Divert into Cardiff.
Of course, Viv Richards applied his trade at Glamorgan for a while, didn't he?
Yeah, the great man. think he won certainly a 40 over competition or something with Glamorgan, if I remember correctly, after he left Somerset. Have you seen him recently? He still looks like he could be playing now.
It's incredible, isn't it? Actually, I think he was at the IPL as well recently. Is he one of the coaches at the IPL at the moment? One of the batting coaches or mentors? And he does. He looks as though he could stroll out and have a bat still.
Well, Smokey is still as fit as ever.
It's the best picture in the pavilion, actually, is the portrait of Sir Viv. You must have seen it, the one that's in the pavilion.
Oh, yes,
It's the
yes.
best picture in the pavilion here.
Yeah, it's looking very regal.
Well, it's massive as well, isn't it? It's it must be 6 foot by 6 foot, the painting, and it's just a headshot of
What an amazing player. So you always get the feeling that Viv was taking a mix. Sometimes he'd take a good ball and whip it for 4, and then he'll block a half volley back to you.
Did he get much of a chance to bowl to him?
I bowled him a few times. I nipped him off once, I remember, in a tour match at Worcester as a youngster. And as I said, he'd whip one through my wicket for 4, good ball, and then he'd blocked a half volley back to me. And I said, Viv, what are you doing?
There must have been some feeling as a youngster.
Getting a Viv.
Richards.
Absolutely. Viv. Cali Turan, he was always a good hero. My top player, Cali Turan. And nipped him off a couple of times too, so that was always nice to have. Your heroes in your back pocket.
Standing up now for Higgins to keep him in his crease, but produces a square drive.
Beautiful shot. On the top of the bounce. No, Viv, amazing player. And they're lovely to watch, even though sometimes you're bowling at him.
Yeah. Well, they often said of Michael Holding running in the length of his run-up terrified you. Finally get there and you're still trying to keep your concentration when he arrives.
Yeah.
But running into bowl to Viv must have been quite daunting.
Absolutely daunting. Holding as a quick bowler of course Holding was incredibly quick, but he has such a beautiful action and clean that you could actually see the ball when it was coming towards you. The one that was probably a little more scary was Patrick Patterson, and because you never picked his ball up, his action was a little not as clean, and but of course equally as raw pace.
Got the single Higgins into the 40s now with that boundary. 43s onto with the single to 9-6 for 4 away from another batting point Middlesex.
He came here in '89, won a match and we got nipped off in '96 and 42 or something here at Lords against Lancashire with Patrick Patterson bowling the speed of light. I think the boys are still talking about that here at present.
Watch that close side there now. The onside, 4 close catches at mid-wicket for Davies. End of the over. 296 for 4, a line of 4 of them, an almost umbrella field on the onside. Tried everything here, Glamorgan, haven't they? They've come up with all the tactics, as you said this morning. They went with a lot of the short stuff.
Still not being dug with back. I'd love to see him with a little spell.
Yeah, this ball's what, 17 overs old now?
Yeah, absolutely. I would have liked to see him with a harder ball. See him giving somebody the hurry up. It's always nice to see decent quick bowling in matches. It makes it a little.
He had that second. He had the older ball up to the 88th over or so, and then they brought Ingram on for an over. And I did think, why didn't they just keep him through? Because there was 1 over or 2 overs before lunch where the second new ball was going to be available, and he was mid-spell at that point. So I thought, keep him on and give him 1 over with the second new ball just before lunch.
Yeah, absolutely. Is he injured or something?
Nope, he just had to wait his chance. I'm just trying to spot where he is in the field at the moment. Is that mid-off Douthwaite? Hamza's mid-on. I think it's Douthwaite at mid. mid-off. No doubt who's at silly mid-on there. Billy Root.
Been fairly innovative with the fields. You know, sort of leg theory, and well, I don't know what this particular field, what we're calling here. We got two men on the drive, slightly almost within touching distance of each other. Well, 3 people on the drive, fairly much within touching distance of each other. Not sure what the plan is, how they're working on getting in this particular wicket out.
Gets it through 2 retreated mid-wickets there, or 2 orthodox mid-wickets, I suppose. There's the silly mid-on as well, as Ricky was mentioning. Ricky Ilcock alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic at the moment. Well, they had 4 in the last over, didn't they, for Davies? The bowling from the nursery end, 4 close catches on the onside, 3 for the right-hander with the slope. Seeing if Higgins will shovel something. There we go, got 2 close catches for the clip for Davies now, and a leg slip, which is where Holden fell. Long leg, deep square also in position. Oh, now turns it to the fielder at leg gully. Davies keeps it down.
So we've got a leg gully, a fine leg, a man at deep backward square, 2 men on the drive on the onside. It's a fairly strange field. I don't know how you're supposed to bowl to that field.
Yeah, whether it's a theory for Davis in particular, but again, they were doing it for Higgins as well, weren't they? Whether he'd fall forward down the slope, head goes across, ball goes up.
Mind you, someone was caught at leg gully.
Yeah, Holden this morning, yeah.
Yeah, this morning, so perhaps that's a little theory they have. A little clip down the leg side, caught leg gully. Off you go. .297 for 4, still a lot of runs to go. 323 runs. That's 2 innings.
Still 170 shy of the follow-on. So, yeah, there's a lot still to happen in this one. 100 overs bowled, 2,974. And, of course, there are only 10 overs left now with the bonus points in play. 2 more wickets for a second bowling point for Glamorgan.
I'm sort of lost track of how the bonus points.
So 110 overs, and what they've changed last year, you get your first batting point now at 250 rather than 200, which has not been wholly popular. And as Alan Coleman was saying earlier, it seems extraordinary that Glamorgan got 620 for 3 declared, yet they walk away not having to take a maximum batting points. They got 4 batting points rather than 5, because in the 110 overs they didn't reach 450, whereas it used to be 400. So yeah, it's gone back, which Angus Fraser and I had to check on the first day actually. It's gone back to, or it is back at 250 now for that first batting point, whereas
so
many feel it should be 200.
So the point of this is to improve strike rates, or
yeah, it's score at a quicker rate. Yeah, exactly.
to score at a quicker rate.
Bowling points still, 1 bowling point for 3 wickets, 2 for 6, and 3 bowling points, the maximum for 9 wickets. Bit of spin. Carlson from the nursery end. Yes, only 9.5 overs with the bonus points still in play now, so Middlesex need 3 runs, which they'll obviously get. But Glamorgan need 2 wickets to get 2 bowling points from the game. Ooh. Reverse. Could move Higgins to 48. Just going to be pulled up by that man Douthwaite. They've run 3. 47 for Higgins.
Well, the 300 comes up, which is
Yep, second batting point. 602 deliveries, 407 minutes. So Middlesex 1 bowling point, 2 batting points now. Yeah, it's interesting here that Middlesex aren't going to get even a third batting point. You're down inside the 110 overs now. Let's get these 2, but Glamorgan, unless they can find 2 wickets in the next 9.5 overs, then they're going to end up with just the single bowling point as well. Problem with the ball? Problem with his hand, in fact, is it? Collision between the bowler. I missed that. I was looking up at the scoreboard, but collision between the batter and the bowler just hurt his hand. Looks alright to go again now, though, Carlson.
So with all these runs that Glamorgan has scored, and they're really not going to have that many more points than Middlesex, right?
Well, this is the thing, you know. Yeah, they scored at. They were going at 4 and over their entire innings, and they're still not going to get maximum batting points. Middlesex here only going at 3s. They'll just get a couple of batting points from this, unless something extraordinary happens in the next 9.5 overs. But you can't really see Middlesex gambling at this stage for another batting point when the follow-on's still in jeopardy.
Absolutely. Day and a half to go.
So it is now 170 more runs, isn't it, to avoid the follow-on? So 471 runs is the target to avoid the follow-on for Middlesex.
Scary thought, isn't it?
End of the over, 301 for 4. They've done well for now, though, Middlesex, haven't they? Because Glamorgan really did have their tails up with that second new ball. Renowned for his attack. Ryan Higgins, very solid looking defence as well. This man ramped a 6 at the Oval last year, Middlesex's win in the T20.
Ramped to 6.
Yeah. Grabbed the attention. Televised game, it was on Sky.
Yeah. Always seems a dangerous shot to play to me. Can you imagine playing that without the day in the days of no helmets?
No. No, not at all.
You'd need a good dentist, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I suppose in the days of helmets now, it gives you a lot more protection against a lot of things apart from just ramp shots, you know, hooks, and you know, you needed to be decent hooker nowadays.
It is amazing, isn't it? The days before helmets. It's frightening to think, really.
Yeah, Thompson, Lilly, Gilmore, Pascoe. You know, and then you go around the Caribbean. Roberts, Holden, Marshall, Garner, Croft, Pakistan with those. Oh man, that was ridiculous times. Even county cricket, everybody fairly much had a tearaway quickie in those days. You know, you go down to the Oval with Sylvester Clark. Come here.
That's the biggest loss to county cricket, is the overseas, isn't it? With now franchise cricket around the world, the paydays are so much better, aren't they, for overseas players go and ply their trade all around the world in the franchise circuit. Whereas
Yeah,
county
absolutely.
cricket used to be able to pluck the cream of the crop from around the world and throw it into the county game.
And for the whole season. So that was the other thing. You know, I remember as a youngster, 17 years old at Worcester, playing with Capel Dev, and what you learn from a player like that, Capel Dev, Glenn Turner in those days. Down here with Holden. Well, one time Middlesex had Wayne and Jeff Thompson, Vincent van der Bill. what an attack!
Incredible thought, isn't it?
Down at Sussex with Gareth LaRue and Imran Khan. Would you call it the golden days, or?
Yeah, you definitely would. Yeah, absolutely would. I mean, I think the standard of county cricket now is pretty good. It gets it's always had a bad rep, hasn't it, county cricket at times? But I do think at the moment, we're seeing a pretty good game here, aren't we?
Absolutely. I mean, I think county cricket was great. Certainly when I came into county cricket as a 17-year-old.
Particularly was the golden age
that
because
area,
of the overseas, for sure.
Yeah, that area was incredible. People like Davison, Gloucester, or Zaire Abbas. County cricket fairly much had them all, and so you learned, you tried bowling at some incredible players and batting some incredible players.
Yeah, absolutely. Bit of chat up there. Maybe it was a friendly chat, but the bowler and the batter just on the way past Higgins and Miles with a slight exchange. I'm sure it was something nice. But no, absolutely that. But it is still regarded by the rest of the world as the finishing school, isn't it? Go and play in county cricket for a little while, and it's the finishing school.
Well, I mean, I think part of the problem with West Indies cricket is when overseas players stop playing in county cricket. West Indies overseas players especially, suddenly the professionalism of county cricket was missing.
Well, that's the franchise game, isn't it? There's so many riches on offer around the world.
There's nothing like doing anything for your dinner. Yeah. If somebody pays you to do anything, there's a difference between that and just doing it.
Oh, that's a very tight single there through. It's well backed up as well.
I always remember Basil D'Oliveira saying to me one time when I was a kid, what would I call a professional? And I said, well, someone plays for money, someone that plays it all the time. And he said, no, I think a professional is a guy that does his job so well that everybody else thinks they can do it.
Does that make you a professional?
Yeah, but that was his idea of a professional player. Everybody thinks that they can do it.
It's a lovely way of looking at it. I've not heard that one before.
Yeah, he said that to me years ago, and I always say that to people I fly with. I say, everybody walks into the flight deck, for instance, and watch you operate the aircraft. Of course, you look like you're doing nothing, but that's why you're a professional at what you do.
It's a single for Davies. Favourite memories of playing Glamorgan or playing in Glamorgan? As you say, Swansea wasn't quite your deck, but
growing up at Worcester, we played Glamorgan every other day, and it was usually Abergavenny or somewhere like that you'd be playing in the valleys, and so it was either cold, slow wickets. That was my favourite memory.
So any favourite home matches then against Glamorgan rather than trips?
Yeah. Glamorgan, Cardiff, Sapphire Gardens.
Couple of runs for Higgins. Latest ones goes to 50 from 91 deliveries, 6 fours, 133 minutes. So had to really slow down. You see Davies at the other end, 11 from 55. Middlesex have had to knuckle down for these last few runs, but fine stuff from Higgins, picking up where he left off last year.
Will Higgins be the one that push on though? Is he the one that's going to get 150?
They need somebody to, don't they? End of the over, 305 for 4.
Yeah, need someone to push on, really. One of these half-century makers to push on and get 100, right?
But he's shown everything in this innings, hasn't he? Because he did have that, say, blistering start, positive start. So those couple of drives that he got away But the second half of this 50 has been more circumspect. And came together, these two, the forward deploy on 37. At that point, Higgins, I think, realised he's got to stay a long, long
he
time.
needed to dig in. And then, of course, you look up at the scoreboard every minute and see trailing by 315 runs. It's a score by itself.
Nearly halfway there now.
300 for 5. 305 for 4. I mean, that's a really good score. And yet still you trail by 315. Soul destroying.
Well, and the other part of it, as we were saying, just going back to the bonus points, at the moment Glamorgan have 5, Middlesex have 3. If Middlesex can secure the draw in this game, despite the 620 of Glamorgan, they're only going to come out of the game with 2 more points than Middlesex. It's extraordinary to say.
Yeah, seem a little bit of an imbalance, don't they?
So our man Douthwaite, let's see what he's got. Right arm around the wicket from the pavilion end. Oh, squares him up first ball, and there we go. Single taken. Davies is on to 12, and well, Ricky Elcock alongside myself, Kevin Hand, the pair of us have been thinking for a while that Douthwaite needs to be throwing the harder ball before it gets too soft. It's into its 22nd over now.
Yeah, I think Doug that needed a new ball, to tell the truth. I mean, instantly it looks, the cricket game looks one ball of pace, and it looks a different game already. Strong lad.
Yeah. It's actually quite a gentle approach, isn't it, when he gets to the crease? It's all at the crease, isn't it? That's a lovely shot by Higgins. A couple, just a gentle push. But yeah, all the pace comes at the crease.
Yeah, crease, big body action, a little bit open chested, but there's nothing wrong with that. Hit the deck hard. I used to always find when I was bowling quick, because I would get the slam, either the front foot hitting the crease and then the second foot coming through. I knew if that was hitting the pitch really hard, I knew that I was bowling fast. Of course, that's what causes the injuries, because pushing an enormous amount of strain up through your spine.
Runs that one fine. It's good from Higgins. Really good. That wasn't that wide.
Yeah, that's what causes the stress on your body up through your back. That last foot, the twist and the slam down, and but you need that to really get pace in the ball.
Is it something like 3, 4, 5 times your body weight when that impact goes down because of the?
Well, during one of my injuries, I spent a lot of time at RAF headquarters, RAF hospital down near Leatherhead.
It's my again points back now, so just the single.
Yeah, I spent my rehab down at the RAF Headley Court, and the reason why we did that, or Middlesex sent me down there to do that, was because they're experts at back injuries, RAF Headley Court, and the reason why they're experts is because of ejection seat injuries in aircraft, and an ejection seat which punches you out in the aircraft at some ridiculous amount of knots does the same injuries as fast bowling.
Wow, that's a thought.
Absolutely, you can imagine being punched out of a fighter jet at a rapid rate of knots, but it crushes your spine the same way as bowling a cricket ball fast, and therefore these guys down there are really good at the rehab methods of getting you back to fitness. So I spent 6 months down there.
About to end 313 for 4. There's a thought. So the pressure of going upwards in an ejector seat, similar to the pressure going slamming downwards when you're bowling the ball,
and crushing your vertebrae exactly the same way. And I've got 6 titanium pins on my back to this day to prove it. So I'm forever sending off the old X-ray machines in the airport,
Must be a nightmare for you.
Nightmare.
guess they're all used to it. Beep, beep. Oh, it's only Ricky.
Yeah. Beep, beep. Absolutely.
First reverse sweep we've seen for a while. He's got it away extremely fine.
Gone through the wicket keeper, is it?
Yeah, he went for a preemptive move in front of Slips, try and take the catch, and he got it away fine of him. I wonder if he'd have stood his ground there, could it have actually been a chance?
Did he actually get bat on it?
Yeah. I think he did. Oh, maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't. Is it buys?
Yeah, I think it went through.
It is, yeah. You can see the umpire wanted to signal. Yeah, buys. No ball called.
Free hit, free hit.
It was the siren going off in the ground. That's actually quite a good addition, isn't it, when the siren goes off now for no ball. I think Higgins thought it was a free hit. Middlesex trail by 297, 3-2-3 for 4. Higgins into the 60s. Ball down the bottom, still just catching up with this over. It's all been happening, hasn't it? 4 buys, no ball. 50 partnership as well, 105 deliveries. Maybe Higgins is thinking about that. Third batting point at 250. Oh, now big plunge forward from Higgins. Looks less than impressed by the appeal.
Review.
As a word. Yeah.
Review.
We can offer a replay. Just a little noise at the bottom of the bat catching the boot on the way through. Now, that was tight. Sharp run in between the pair.
Maybe he is going for this bonus point.
Seems
looking
like it, doesn't it?
Looking a bit busier, isn't it?
Either that or he fancies knocking the spinner out of the attack. The run rate up to 3.11 now.
295 trailing.
Glamorgan got it up to 4.5 at one point. Middlesex wrestled it back to 3.7 before Glammy's pushed it up again.
That's all right. Yeah, that's all right. But I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it. Then we'll go. Don't forget, I got Spurs.
Here's the replay of that attempted reverse sweep that got through. I thought he got bat on it, but oh, this is the 4. My apologies. Down the track and thump him over mid wicket. So what was that? 13 off the over. Middlesex 24 shy of that batting point, which would be something quite brilliant for Middlesex to take out of the match if they were able to secure the draw and get another batting point. 294 they trail by. They're more than halfway there now, just ushered things along a little bit. Still 145 more runs to avoid the follow-on though. Dathwaite to Higgins should be a feisty pairing. dug out by Higgins. This does feel as though it's going to be a good encounter between these two. Started well.
It's a good battle between Duthwaite and old Higgins. I'm looking forward to this.
Well, they're both competitors, aren't they? That's clear. We know that of Higgins, and Duthwaite certainly proved that as well. A lot of upper body strength there, isn't there? As we were saying, you can see that that's delivered at the crease.
Yes, absolutely. Looks like he could be a swimmer.
Yeah. Scampered single. But Hamza going around to collect it. Looks is all right. Yeah, we were mentioning Charles de Langer as well. He's that kind of build. He was at Glamorgan for a little while. He's at Gloucestershire now. Somerset as well. He was at, but I remember him having a stint at.
Who's this?
Charles de Langer. He was.
Okay.
At, I think he had a game at Radlett against Middlesex. And I remember David Milan facing him there, saying that's one of the quickest I've faced. And similar body builds, a lot of upper body strength.
Just hitting the crease hard. Yes.
De Langer and Van der Gooten, they were a pair, but obviously only Van der Gooten. Glamorgan at the moment, but he's out injured for this one.
It's nice to see good quick bowling, you know, just someone bustling up to the crease and giving it plenty. Unfortunately, you know, if you start bowling 90 miles an hour, it's not a matter of time before something breaks. You know, the body don't like that kind of exertion very much. It just doesn't like it. And when you start doing that 17 and 18 years old, it's a slippery slope.
Fair old chat about Higgins here, but Davies has gone about his business well, hasn't he? 13 from 60 will keep the strike.
Yeah, he just
328 for 4.
Yeah, just keeps ticking it over, hanging in there. You need someone to bat for a little bit of time.
Well, he's an opener as well by trade, Davies, but obviously now taking the gloves from Simpson. .330 for 4. Just a couple off the over.
Flashing blade.
Keep the strike with the single, Davies. He's on 16 from 66. 331 for 4. Into the 107th. Still 8 overs till T. These two are Davies 16. Partnership's worth 58 now between these two. Tale of the match so far, which is obviously dominated by the 3-3-5 of Sam Northeast.
What a knock, 335. Did he know that they were?
So I asked him last night at what point, because before lunch yesterday he was slamming the ball to all parts, completely out of character with the rest of his innings. Really started to go after Middlesex as he approached the 300. And I was thinking, there's a massive record in sight here, and he's, Middlesex now finally in the game and getting a chance because he's chancing his arm so much. He was stepping across and scooping, and I think he said it was in the interval somebody had said to him, hold on a minute, you're there's
Near the record.
Yeah.
He was a run short of a, was it 300 partnership or something as well? I read somewhere.
Yeah, there was something like that, wasn't there? But I think because he was considering pulling out a little while earlier, and that was why he'd put his foot on the gas before lunch yesterday. And obviously they got to lunch, and actually I think Angus was alongside me at the time. Well, it might have been Butcher actually. Roland Butcher was alongside me at that point. I remember saying to him, somebody's got to put their arm around him right now and say, slow down, it's nearly lunch, just get to lunch. And you're not going to bring up your 300 before lunch because he was about 280 at that point. Yeah. And then the last couple of overs, I think Colin Ingram had a lot of the strike, which is a relief because even up here, you're looking at history. You're thinking you want to see it happen.
Absolutely.
So anyway, he went off at lunch, and I think he said it was an MCC member had said to him on his way off, or even potentially on his way back out, make sure you get past it. Get past what? The 333. And he was told at that point that's the record at Lords. And at that point he said, then he realised, I need to do this. You're that close to the record, you got to do it.
Yeah, got to be in history.
Well, there was so much time left in the game. It was only lunch on day 2. So much time in the game for Glamorgan. It wasn't, as a skipper, you're almost feeling that extra responsibility to get on with it for the side. But no, I think finally somebody told him in time.
But he's got a fairly big score somewhere else.
He got 405 2 years ago.
I saw that somewhere.
Yeah, he's racked up the runs. I mean, I saw it commented again, is he the best player not to have played for England at the moment on the circuit? James Hildreth was in that bracket for a long while at Taunton, wasn't he, at Somerset?
Oh, yes, I remember James.
Could take down the leg sides. Still going with this leg side tactic, aren't they, to
400 in the county,
yeah, 405.
Remember old Hickey scoring 405, I think he scored too in the county game. I think it was against Somerset, I think it was against actually. It's a lot of runs, isn't it?
Well, that was the thing. He was so close to it yesterday that even from a selfish point of view up here, you were hoping that he got it. Seeing a piece of history like that, called in a piece of history.
Yeah, 400. Was it Lara? He scored 400.
401, yeah.
401, 501.
501, sorry, yeah. Oh, there was the 375 first, wasn't there?
375, 400, and then 501.
Yeah, 501.
Run machine.
Jack Davies, no ball called. 3-3-3 on the board at Lords. 3-3-3 for 4. The once famous score. Well, it's still the highest test score here, isn't it, for Graham Gooch? 3-3-3.
Yeah, what a incredible innings against India.
Century for Smith. Century for Alan Lamb. 3-3-3, and he scored a century in the second innings. Oh, they took a single, of course, so it's 3-3-4. My apologies. No ball took it to 3-3-3. The single took it to 3-3-4. Bounce to end the over. 3-3-4 for 4.
Graham Gooch.
It's the 89 final. Yeah, that was a year before Gooch scored the 3-3-3, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and the year after the Test series in the Caribbean. So 1990 Test series was the one that I went on. Myself, Nasser Hussain, Alex Stewart, we all sort of were going to make our debuts on that particular tour. Robin Smith was in there, Alan Lamb was in there, Jack Russell. And then Gucci came back here, and and got 300 and up. Worked really hard, Gucci. You know, one of the people that just deserved every run he scored, really.
Yeah, he was an unbelievable athlete, wasn't he? Took it very seriously.
Yeah. I remember getting up. I had, you know, back pain in that Caribbean tour, so I used to get up in the morning and go to sea, you know, hoping to get rid of this thing. And I remember, I can't remember it, I think it probably St. Kitts or somewhere like that, and I could see this little head out there. You know, this is like 5:30 in the morning, and it was Gucci. As it come across, it was him putting in his morning run.
Probably been a few England players on that tour. 5:30, they were swimming back in.
Yeah, probably someone like Lammy, probably. yeah. Nah, very, very dedicated player. So good bunch of lads on that tour, you know, and all young. It was sort of Mickey Shorter and Graham Gooch did pick a fairly young team and taken out to the Caribbean. And you know, a lot of them went on, of course. You know, Nasser Hussain and Alex Stewart, and I'll play a lot of Test matches for England. Devon Malcolm. Daffy de Freitas.
He started at Middlesex as well, Phil de Freitas. I must admit, I missed that. It was only in recent years I discovered he.
Yeah.
Chris
Well,
Lewis as well started at Middlesex, but had to move on because of the plethora of talent that was here.
Yeah, they were all from sort of around the Willesden area.
Well, Jack Davies giving it a bit of the Ryan Higgins treatment. First real shot in anger from Davies. He moves into the 20s. Middlesex 340 for 4, and of course they are closing now on that third batting point. Seven balls left with the bonus points in play. 2 wickets for a second bowling point for Glamorgan, but Middlesex now 10 runs from 7 balls. Darts it down the leg side. Davies just about keeps his foot grounded. 340 for 4. They need 10 runs off and over for that third batting.
10 off 6 balls.
In this day and age, 2.5 and over.
Yeah, of course you could put everybody on the boundary there. So.
Yeah, well, Glamorgan in this over, they've got to be thinking about 2 wickets themselves. If Middlesex are going to go for 10 runs, then of course it will come with the elements of jeopardy as they might try and force something that isn't there.
Absolutely.
Is it Mir Hamza? It is.
Hamza's back.
What will this be? They've got 6 overs to tea, so it's a 3 over burst for Hamza before tea. Which way is it going to go? 10 runs or 2 wickets in this over? It's Hamza, it'll be a fair effort. It's Higgins on strike. Oh, umpire's lost his hat. It's all gone flying, the hats, the sunglasses. We're all running chasing for it. We were told that the wind was going to die down today.
High winds in England. What a strange thing.
It'll affect the match at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. What time does it kick off?
6 o'clock. 6 o'clock kickoff. Spurs versus the Forest. Can the Spurs get 3 points? Of course, all Ange, the manager of Spurs, he must be a decent cricket fan. Australia.
You'd hope so. Maybe we can get him along one day.
Yeah.
Have a word, Ricky.
I'm sure Gat could sort it out.
Yeah, that'd be something, wouldn't it?
Get old Ange in the box. He must be a Aussie, big enough. Could be a quick bowler.
I think we need to make this happen somehow.
Australian quickie Ange.
Postacoglu. I'm going to have to start my run up at that already just to make sure.
Imagine lots of sledging.
Comes across as a great guy.
Yeah, a little bit too placid to be an Aussie, actually.
Yeah. Now Higgins hasn't gone for it here against Hamza, has he? 3 dot balls to start the over. It's a deep square back, a long leg, short boundary on the onside. And he thought it all about the clip for Higgins, the use of the feet. It looks as though he's decided against it.
Yeah, I think he's thought better of it. 3 balls gone.
Match situation, it's still 131 runs to avoid the follow-on. Yep, I think we can put it to bed now. 4 and a 6 is the shout from the back of the box from Jake.
I suppose gone are the days when you would you'll have declarations and give people a chase, and I don't suppose that happens in county cricket anymore.
No, well, I mean, they've got the... I mean, this early in the season, I think teams, maybe later in the year when there's more to play for, it happens, but there has been a big change. In the... I remember a game at Southgate. David Nash was the wicket-keeper. Scott Styrus was the Middlesex captain. And Chris Adams was the Sussex captain in that game. They came together and set it up, and actually it was a really generous declaration from Middlesex in the end, or a generous agreement. Scott Styrus said at the end of the match he'd never been involved in that kind of negotiation before to set up a game. And of course Grizzly Adams he was up against got a really good deal against him. But that game though, I remember David Nash taking off the gloves and bowling and just throwing it up, and so as not to mess up the bowler's figures. Yeah. But it was sometime around then though that the ECB intervened and said, right, you can set up a game, but it has to be within reason. Yeah. You can't just have the wicket keeper take off the gloves and throw the ball up. So yeah, there has been a change. You still do get the
declaration bowling.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, we used to call it declaration bowling. So and you're all a score and you all go for it, and the last innings would be, we had plenty of games that were extremely exciting based on last innings.
If this were late season, then both teams had something to play for, or even if just one of the teams had something to play for, then you could imagine a game being set up. But well, of course, Glamorgan will be saying the 6 wickets here and 120 runs, and no need to set up a game. But 110th overs, that's the bonus points done. So Glamorgan will leave the match with 5 points and Middlesex 3. It's just a matter of whether Glamorgan can force the victory in the meantime. 3-4-1 for 4.
I mean, this type of game here probably just ripe for that kind of declaration. In the last day, 300 runs in the last day or something.
No, as I say, later in the season I could definitely imagine it happening, but early season now teams seem reluctant to let it happen. Well, Hassan's going to have a bowl for the first time. Right arm medium pace. The first wicket's fall of the match. Only wicket in the match to fall below 30, doesn't he? Deploy 37, the second lowest score of the match. Sam was out for 16.
So with these early season starts, I suppose there's a proper couple of games that probably hasn't started at all.
Oh,
we needed that.
Needed that 2 overs ago.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Davies moves to 26. for Hassan, 23 years of age, born in Islamabad. Bit of swing on that. Medium pacer. Oh, and it gets through the pair of them. Both went over the top of it. McElroy goes back to collect.
Got a little bit of bend in there. Fullish delivery. A little bit of swing. Perhaps another slip, maybe.
Well, it's almost not quite, almost Ryan Higgins' pace, isn't he? And one of the wonders I had was why Higgins didn't bowl at the nursery, and he bowled everything at the pavilion, but it seemed worth a go. Running into the wind for Higgins, see if he could get some swing. Made his debut in 2018 for Worcestershire against West Indies A at New Road, Al Hassan. First class debut for Glamorgan at Hove last year. Also made his T20 debut for Glamorgan against Kent at Cardiff last year.
So would he be a Birmingham boy? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh, he
yeah,
starts
Midlands.
In the Midlands.
Association.
Yeah.
Starting at Worcestershire before moving to Glamorgan. Yeah, Worcestershire second 11, Worcestershire. Then Glamorgan. Right, our medium pace left arm bat.
The old dead wicket at New Road. Always under water. Probably quicker with water on it, to tell the truth.
Middlesex played in a pretty rough pitch there 2 years ago when they secured promotion to Division 1.
Really?
Milan, yeah, Richard Johnson said Peter Milan, he didn't quite get the runs he wanted at Middlesex, the South African, but that innings he said was one of the finest. So it was an incredible knock on a very tough surface, managed to help Middlesex up to promotion that season.
Stunning. It's a stunning set in New Road. I mean, absolutely beautiful ground. Just real issues with the pitch, basically because the amount of water that's on it, and it's, you know, most winters it's underwater, flooded. Must be very difficult to produce a surface there.
Yeah, you mentioned the games in this round. Worcestershire are playing at Edgbaston, aren't they? They're off and running, but Durham was off for a third consecutive day. Yet to see a ball bowled at Chesterley Street in this round. Derbyshire are having problems as well.
Too cold at Chesterley Street.
Take their leg slip again. It's been a good run saving position, and that catch of Holden.
Chesterley Street. Suppose that'll be another cold place, won't there? Beginning of April.
I was up there for a game mid-season last year, 2 years ago. Last year, I think it was. I ended up going and buying a coat. I was so cold, and it was a proper hooded, furry-headed hooded coat. No, it doesn't look right. Beats the inside edge, but I don't think he's got him. No, not out, says the umpire.
Review.
They're all bemused. Let's have a look. Thought he had him. It's a long way across Davies, wasn't he? Starting on middle stump. Mind you, not bad.
It's not the worst shot. It's not the worst shot.
The height and just being outside the line, I think, were the issues, weren't they, for the umpire?
Yeah.
A couple of areas of doubt.
Absolutely. I think it
But yeah.
might just be a little bit too high. Certainly enough doubt that you're not going to...
I think it's one of those that if they'd have gone upstairs, you might just have got it, but
Yeah.
just have been hitting in line. Might just have been grazing the top.
Yeah, I think so. But, but to the naked eye, you're probably not going to give that.
Movement though for Hamza again. Pick up a couple. There's the 350 for Middlesex, not inside the 110. So they only take the 2 batting points, but 350 up. They trail by 269 now, another 120 to avoid the follow-on.
Big scores. That's, as a bowler, you hope this doesn't carry on throughout the season. This is your worst nightmare, isn't it?
It's only the worst nightmare of a commentator in a moment. That's run away down almost off the face of the bat there, hasn't it? Seems to squirt through underneath. Northeast, a tired flick back in. I think we can forgive him that, can't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to look down at the toe end of his bat, I think, Davies.
Very strange shot to get it actually behind.
Must have been toe end, mustn't it?
Yeah, it must have come off.
No, it's nearly the face. So
absolutely.
right down, low down on the face, wasn't it?
Very dead bat.
2007 at Taunton. This was the last triple century, I think, that I saw scored against.
It is full.
Yeah. I think we can forgive North East. Tired of legs and mind at the moment. Yeah, and this was April as well in Taunton, April 18th, 2007.
850 for 7 declared.
Yep, Middlesex batting first, 600 for 4 declared, with Compton 67 opening with Ben Husson. Away Shah 193, Ed Smith run out 68, Billy Godleman 113 and David Nash 100, all, both not out. 600 for 4 declared. Then in reply, this was against Andy Caddick, Charles Willoughby, Stephen Jones, Peter Trigo, Ian Blackwell, Cameron White, James Hildreth. And Somerset in reply, 315 for Justin Langer before he was bowled by Tim Murtagh. His first match for Middlesex. Wow, that was punished by Higgins. Bit of width and he's gone hard at that.
315.
Yeah, Langer was wondering yesterday the earliest triple century scored in England. This has to be the earliest, surely. Opening day of a April 5th start.
You would guess so.
This was the first match of 2007 for Middlesex.
You remember years ago, people used to always say you trying to score 1,000 runs before the end of May. Did they still have records like that?
Well, it'd be 1,000 before the end of April.
Yeah, absolutely. If you start on the first of April, I mean, in
And
those
all
days we used to start 25th of April, something like that.
Well, exactly. Yeah. So Langer's innings probably started on the second evening, didn't it? If Middlesex, let's see, 157 overs for their 600 for 4. I mean, of course, this was when Taunton was runs after runs, wasn't it? But he scored 315 off 412 deliveries, 38 fours, no sixes. Hildreth a century, Cameron White a century, Peter Trigo century, and that's 850 for 7 declared. And then Middlesex with 209 for 2. And, draws.
That's the kind of game to go as a quick bowler to go on holiday, aren't they?
And again, that was Tim Mercer's Middlesex debut, 2007. So that was.
I bet he was sorry.
The commentator. I did all 4 days of that on my own, with only 4 wickets, 13 wickets across 4 days, and 1,700 runs nearly.
Glutton for punishment.
It was a tough 4 days, that. And then, funnily enough, I always mention this stories, and Glamorgan fans might nod their head from 2007. Middlesex went to Swansea and played a belter of a game, but it was all done in 5 sessions. Ball was swinging out. The tide was in. Glamorgan, wasn't it? At Swansea. Ball was hooping around, seaming, hooping, and it was done in 5 sessions. Cracking game of cricket. Really good 2 days, having had 4 boring days at Taunton, and of course Glamorgan were docked points. They lost the match. Middlesex won that game at St Helens, and Glamorgan were docked points for a bad pitch. But it was a really good few days cricket. It was absolute. I remember Chris Silverwood was bowling. The ball was hooping for him. He was quick as well, wasn't he, Silverwood?
Yeah, he had a decent lick of pace.
Sri Lankan coach now, Chris Silverwood, isn't he?
Is that what he's doing now?
Yeah.
Right.
Spent the last couple of years of his career with Middlesex. Then went off to Mashonaland Eagles in Zimbabwe. Started his coaching career there. Chase on again here. Fine. This time it's Harris, and he won't get there. 4 more. Higgins on 78.
These runs might be off by the end of play.
Middlesex might be thinking about a declaration.
Declaration, get them in.
Yeah, this game, much like when Middlesex found themselves in a spot of bother when deploy fell, new ball in hands. Yeah, cricket does find a way, doesn't it? It always finds a way of just creating a moment of tension, pressure.
As they say, a game of glorious uncertainties.
That's exactly it. I must use that more often. So I always say, you can never write cricket off. All of a sudden, Middlesex pull close to the Glamorgan score. There's just going to be a little bit of pressure on the start of the Glamorgan innings not to let something silly happen.
Absolutely. 20 for 3, and it's not a bad, and it's a bad day.
Going back to the Langer triple century for Taunton. So that, I'm going to say Middlesex were batting first. April 18th it began. April 19th Middlesex declare. Langer would have brought up his triple century on April 20th. So triple century here for North East on April 6th. It's got to be the earliest, doesn't it, that a century has been a triple century. Because that was an April 18th start, so that was early. Then it went to April 12th. Then it went to April 5th. The earlier and earlier starts.
I could never imagine playing this early in the season, to tell the truth. This time I was still trying to stay away from England. I was in the Caribbean usually.
Well, Gus was saying it was report back, because it was 6-month contracts then, wasn't it? Report back April 1st.
Yeah, absolutely. I prefer to start a season. Would usually be the 20th or something like that of April. That's, when we started. Our flight used to be 17th of April coming out of Barbados. There'd be a whole plane load of us coming back to England. Myself, Mako, Silly Clark, all of these people will all be coming back to England 17th of April.
Now hold on, that's a great thought. I'd never considered that.
Yeah, absolutely. We all usually it would be something like Laker Airways or something like that, and we all fly back to England. And it used to be a hilarious trip, with heaps of these players all trying to drink as much brandy as they could.
It was like the Australian flight, wasn't it? Was it Boone?
Yeah, Booney had the record, didn't it, for years?
52 tinnies or something, those sort of ones.
Yeah. But yeah, we normally would leave Barbados around the 17th of April. Was whatever the Saturday is before that, before the county season started, and there'd be a plane load, because we normally would all phone around and say, well, when are you going out, and we all come up together, all come on the same flight. So Mako, it was a hell of a star-studded flight coming to England.
That's brilliant. I mean, imagine if you just stepped on board the flight not knowing, and you look around, and of course all these West Indies greats.
Yeah, absolutely. All sitting and coming back to England. I remember one particular flight going out. We used to come Laker Airways, come up to, and they would go to Amsterdam. Sorry, go to Luxembourg, because there were a lot of players that were playing in Holland at the time. so they'll get off in Luxembourg, and then we'll come back to London.
Last over before tea. Ul Hassan, Zain Ul Hassan. Number 13 off his 2 so far. Middlesex trailing by 255, 106 more then to avoid the follow-on.
Of course, a lot of people forget that the Dutch actually play a lot of cricket in Holland, and we had a number of guys that played in the Dutch league, were professionals over there. Emerson Trotman, Alvin Greenwich, people like that.
You mentioned the cold. There was another match at Taunton. It was the first time that England was still on tour overseas when the county season started. They were in the Caribbean actually. For whatever reason, the test tour finished at that point and the county season was just getting underway. So the first day of the county season, England was still in action in the West Indies. I remember because Test Match Special got us all to do, like a 20-second preview of the county game, and it was played in the Teensville, the Test match. But at Middlesex were at Taunton in that round, and overnight it was -2. And back then, it was before the new media centre was built. You were in a shed, quite literally a wooden shed, on top of the stand. Climb up a ladder through a little hatch. You do the commentary in a wooden shed, and I tell you that -2 was freezing up there. I mean, -2 overnight. It was barely up to 3 or 4 during the day, and the players, I remember, it was as cold as I've been at a cricket ground.
All dressed like Michelin men.
Yeah, exactly. Well, then, of course, with these April 5th starts and the March pre-seasons, all the bobble hats players playing in recent years. Lovely shot, gets through, but his toes, Higgins, he's into the 80s. Crisply punched.
Well, my first year in England, 1981, 15 years old, and snowed in April. And I still remember the picture in the paper, Essex and Graham Gooch having a knock-up with snow.
Last ball before tea. Oh, clipped to mid-wicket, not out. 3, 6, 9 for 4. Last thought before we go, because there was one recently. Middlesex were up at Durham. I think it was end of May. It was nearly June, and it snowed up there. And of course, it was like, goodness me, look at this. And the next thing you know, it was snowing at the Oval as well. It had come down across the country. One of the beasts from the east, or whatever they call it. That's tea. Let's go and grab some cake. Ricky Alcock, it's been an absolute pleasure sitting up here. Really enjoyed it. Thank you for your company.
Well, just wish me luck now after the Spurs.
It's at this point, I tell you, I'm a United fan. Come on, Forest.
Come on, Forest. All right.
I'll tell him that at the end of the session. Thanks, Ricky. Folks, join us back in a little while. 20 minutes break here at Lord's. We'll be back at 4:19 for the evening session. 3, 6, 9 for 4. Middlesex playing their part, but Glamorgan will have another go at them after tea. Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to Lords. 369 for 4, Middlesex. They trail by 251. The Kookaburra round is proving hard toil for the bowlers. Just 7 wickets have fallen in 8 sessions so far. Lewis deploy the last to go for Middlesex. Cool. LBW to Hamza. Might have been a little bit rough, that one. I think could have gone one way or the other with the DRS. But 369 for 4. Middlesex are 102 runs away from avoiding the follow-on. And then if they do reach that point, there might just still be a little twist and turn in this match, and see if they can put some pressure on the start of the Glamorgan third innings. Still lots to happen before then, though. Here's Jimmy Harris from the pavilion end. He's falling over slightly on that one as he stretched for it. .369 for 4. .373 for 4. Lovely shot by Davis. I think it's the first bowl from Harris at the pavilion end in this match. Lovely ball to finish the over. Plenty for Davies to ponder. 373 for 4. Middlesex trail by 247. So follow on target down to double digits. Just got drawn into it. McElroy from the nursery end after tea. Done for 36 from 14, 7 maidens. Big chase here. Yeah, Hamza coming around. They've taken 3. Vast expanse in front of the grandstand. Offering runs are plenty if you can find the area. It's an interesting angle, left arm around to the right-hander with that amount of room on the onside. Then the slope. Glamorgan will hope will take it away from the right-hander and maybe bring leading edge into play. Higgins on to 86. Mark Stoneman still the leading scorer in the innings with 97. Tight onside field again. 2 short mid wickets. Short extra cover and cover on the offside as well. Again, those fielders in front of the bat catching. Only the gully, or wide slip, however you want to look at it, next to the keeper Cook. So enough over from McIlroy, just that one round the wicket to the right-hander that was a little too straight. Higgins was able to get away, but 3, 7, 6 for 4. Yeah, it'd be very interesting if Middlesex can get close to that follow-on target in the final 30 overs of day 3. 90 or so runs, and all of a sudden they're 150 behind with a day to play. Something open up on the final day? Probably not, but there will undoubtedly be a pressure point here or there, much as there was throughout this innings, but Middlesex navigating it well at the moment. Nice stroke. I'm not sure if cover just got a fingertip to it to take a little bit of the pace off. Ben Koski's alongside me, journalist after tea again, here for the ECB Reporters Network. So have a look one more time at Higgins' drive. Might have just got a little fingertip to take the pace off it. Middlesex done a pretty good, made a pretty good fist of this.
Yeah, Ryan Higgins looking in good nick as well. I mean, last year I think fair to say Higgins was certainly the outstanding performer with the bat for Middlesex, and at the moment just 13 short of 100 to start the season off. But contributions all the way down the scorecard, which is always encouraging to see as well.
Two good starts. Well, more than a start for Stone with 97. Would have been mighty disappointed to miss out on his century earlier, wouldn't he?
Yeah, just 3 short, of course, Mark Stoneman, but good knock nevertheless. And sometimes it's amazing that dividing line, isn't it, between what goes down in the record books as a ton and what doesn't. It may have been an equally good innings, though.
Such, and the only player in the game that's come out of it with a bad average really is poor Zainul Hassan. Yes, Zainul Hassan, who was first to go yesterday morning for 16. 2 mornings ago now. With 118th, 378 for 4. The Sam North East innings. First century at Lords, a professional cricketer, after a century for Harrow in 2007.
It was quite a special knock, wasn't it? And people will say, well, the pitch wasn't doing a lot for the bowlers, but be that as it may, you've still got to have the concentration, the focus to be out there for, what was it, best part of 9 hours overall. And I'm sure in a different match situation he could well have gone on 400 and beyond.
The fact that he didn't know about the Gooch score until lunch, just before he was about to reach the 300. MCC member said to him, make sure you get past that 333.
Yeah, I must confess to being a little bit sceptical about that, because as you know, when you come in at the Grace Gates, there's a big image of Graham Gooch and the 333 on the side of the stand, so not too sure.
Chopped away nicely. Late cuts. Pick up 4 runs. Davies, he moves into the 40s. He's done that well. Oh, I think Fraser was on the mic. He did say to me, I wonder how many of the Middlesex players actually know about Gooch's 333 because of modern day, often when you're in the game, you are oblivious to some of the historical stats. The fact that Middlesex didn't bring up the field, so when he reached 3-3-2, or indeed when he was on 3-3-3, I think as well, when he levelled it, they didn't bring up the field and ask him to try and pierce the field to find the run. Did surprise both Gus and I from the Middlesex perspective. Whether they were aware of the Gooch record themselves at that point.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I'm not entirely sure what Gus's performance with the ball was in that 1990 Test match, but I'm sure he might have mentioned it.
8 for. He corrected me actually, because I looked at the first innings. He picked up a 5 for Gus in that match. 8 for. 3 in the second as well. .383 for 4. Middlesex still trailed by 237.
I think psychologically it's got to be a good situation to be less than 100 away from that follow-on target, and of course approaching 400 as well as a total. We haven't seen that posted all that often, in certainly not last season anyway.
Yeah, below 100 now, that follow-on target. They start chipping away down to it. It will be interesting to see what Middlesex do once the follow-on is passed. Aggregate score in the game at the moment, 1,003 for 7. Thanks to David Kendricks. He's messaged me. I'm sure he won't mind me mentioning his name on that one. Still not as bad as Taunton as 2007. From Harris again. Another 120, 383 for 4. Davies 44, Higgins 87. Have strike. 27 overs to go on day 3. Those two still have a job to do. 471 follow on target, which is a monumental amount, and is still some way away with 6 wickets standing. So as we said all the way through this Middlesex card, somebody's got to stay in and see it home. Other factor that's played its part today is the sun. See the shadows stretching across the track at the moment. There shouldn't be any interruptions, even for bad lights. What we think is a day without floodlights here at Lord's because of the wind.
Did notice the floodlights came on very briefly yesterday, but I'm not quite sure why that was.
No, there was one particularly dark cloud, wasn't there? But often we have the lofty position up here where we're able to look over across the back of the pavilion and see what's coming in. Should you go and stand down in the middle, then peer up over the top of that pavilion and the grandstand and the mounds, and look over the back of it, you don't get quite that. Quite that wonderful view that we do. Started it again. Outside off some soft hands a moment ago. Let's have a look. Oh, I think it was a drop. I mean, it would have been a fantastic take standing up with the gloves on there. So 89 Higgins. That's the one thing I can't think of any chances that have gone to hand. But they haven't taken Glamorgan, whereas Middlesex, one or two in the Glamorgan innings that you think probably should have held on to. A couple of half chances as well. Sam Robson, a really difficult one.
I think overall in this game you would say there have not been too many chances gone down. There have not been too many chances created in a game that has obviously been dominated by the bat, and that one would have been quite a catch by Cook. It did look like an edge there from Ryan Higgins, but now he's obviously then taken the next ball for two and just got straight back on with it, really, which is what you have to do. He may look back on that one as a life, of course.
Stunning strike from Davies. Leg set back, put a big boundary to target there and puts it away. Moves to 48. Goes again, just a single though, onto 49. Just riding the bounce on this one more so, Davies. Stands up tall, drives on the up. Take him into the 90s. Not quite going to make it to the rope. But he's on to 92. 393 for 4. Brings Davies back onto strike. Highest first class score of 65, Jack Davies. He scored in the second innings at Old Trafford last year. Reading-born Jack Davies, England under-19s international. This is his 12th first-class game. Average of just under 14. That 150 in 19 innings. A couple of 50s in List A cricket. 47 is top scorer in T20 T20s. There is his second first-class 50 to go with the knock at Old Trafford last year. He raises his bat to the pavilion. 121 deliveries, 142 minutes, 6 fours, and a fine 50 from Davies. Middlesex desperately needed him to contribute here after the fall of Deploy. He and Higgins more than steadied matters. Partnership worth 121 now for the 5th wicket. End of the over, 1-2-2. Bowled 3-9-4 for 4. Little red mark on that scoreboard on the far side of the screen there, -3 for Glamorgan. So, well, as the rate things are going, Middlesex will take more points out of the match than Glamorgan. Gonna have to get a little bit of spin on into the attack at some stage.
I think there's been an awful lot to like about this innings from Jack Davies. He's obviously primarily known as a white ball player, but early on he's applied himself well, just concentrated on staying in, keeping Ryan Higgins company, and started to play a few more shots latterly, but I think he's done well out there, and always an interesting situation to see with John Simpson leaving in the winter, who was going to get that wicket-keeper's role, and he's got the job.
Height. It's a problem on that one for McIlroy. Excitable appeal, understandably so. Hidden up the top of the pad, let alone above the knee roll. Interesting though with DRS how you do see these in international cricket now, and they do go upstairs and it's only just clipped the top of the pad and it's still clipping the bail. Steve Smith, I think, over the winter was one I remember. It's that one away again. Flashes hard outside the off stump. Just going to be Ingram to the boundary rope. He just nudges into it. Middlesex nudging towards 400. Must be an element for Middlesex, having replied to the 620, the huge pressure of the scoreboard, the pressure of lack of runs last season and in recent years. The fact that they've been able to stand up to that pressure in this innings on a couple of occasions, one at the start, but equally Stoneman and Holden gone, Deploy gone. Been moments where Glamorgan could have got on top of them. Still can, of course, 73 runs shy of the follow-on target at the moment. Middlesex 398 for 4.
It is so much about psychology as well, isn't it? Because as you say, when you go out there, you've been in the field for a long time, you've got 620 on the board against you, and that can obviously seem very daunting, and they certainly have applied themselves well. Again, I think if they're just short of that 400 mark. Getting over 400 is, it's been something of a rarity in recent years. So that can only be good confidence-wise.
Looking to run it. No deep third at the moment for Harris to Higgins. Gully getting across. Get it as fine as he was trying to, Higgins. Blacksfield still in front of the bat. Cover point. Cover mid-off, mid-on. 2 mid-wickets. Deep squares in position to protect that short boundary. Long leg the other fielder. Remains on that off stump, which has been pretty much his role all the way through this innings. Harris just keep hitting, even halfway, 3/4 of the way up off stump. Just try to ask the batters to score off stump by forcing batters. It's 3 in the over now. He hasn't got away. That'll build a little bit of frustration for Higgins. We shall see. Keep the strike with the single. Just the 1 run off the over. 399 for 4 Middlesex.
Yeah, there looked to be a little bit of frustration in that cut shot from Ryan Higgins that was stopped at point, and I suppose that is perhaps inevitable when you're within touching distance of 100. And Ryan Higgins, I think, without the stats in front of me, he's often been sort of in the vicinity, hasn't he? 70s, 80s, 90s, and obviously did go on to make 100 in the last game of last season as well.
It was he and John Simpson, wasn't it, that kept on scoring all those runs at the start of last season? Kept on having a partnership. 4 for 4, 20 for 5. Oh, chipped by Higgins. Back down the ground. Talks about how hard it is to hit through the line. Take the ground out of it, just chip it back straight to the mid-on. Harris having to retreat to collect. Middlesex past 400, 403 for 4. To 98, Ryan Higgins. Nudging past the 97 of Stoneman. Really deserves a century for the opener earlier today. Just tried to force too hard. Picked out cover. Solid finish from McIlroy. Runs to start the over. 404 for 4. Davies has 54. Higgins will have strike on 98. All looks pretty healthy. There was that moment. Middlesex lost Stoneman, then they lost Holden. Deploying Higgins to put it back together again when Deploy fell. Pressure really did heap on Davies, but he's played his part. James Harris is done for now at the pavilion end, over to Miles. That could, should, and will be it. Ryan Higgins has the first century of the summer for a Middlesex batter. Fabulous knock from the Middlesex number 5. How they needed him again today. Been Mr. Reliable for the county since his return. This is right up there with all of the knocks that he's produced so far. 408 for 4. Follow on 63 runs away. Higgins 102 from 151 deliveries. He's played a very big part in responding to Glamorgan's mammoth 620. Might be a Kookaburra ball, might not be the most bowler-friendly of April surfaces that you'll see, but nonetheless the pressure on that innings was huge.
Absolutely, because after the wicket of Deploy, Higgins is very much the senior batter in the rest of the lineup. So the onus on him to make a score, to hold things together, and I guess we can call that back-to-back hundreds, can't we? As he scored one in the last game of last season.
Yeah, in vain, wasn't it? Trent Bridge, there was the moment. There's another boundary, 103 to his name. Now Higgins. Turn 29 in January. Ryan Higgins. First class average 33 with the bat. Probably doesn't fully tell the story, that. His 8th first class century, 1950s. High score of 199. Yeah, he scored 137 in the first innings at Trent Bridge, 15 in the second. His last innings here at Lords, he got 57 against Warwickshire in the second innings. 41 in that match at Old Trafford and 44 and 21 at Chelmsford. Rich vein of form. First class cricket. Nice looking shot from Davies. High elbow. Just strokes though, not going too hard at it. Leg side theory again from Glamorgan into the over, 409 for 4. No play at Chesley Street. The third day out of 4 in that match against Hampshire. Somerset 244 for 3 in reply to Kent's 284. Stumps at Old Trafford as well, sorry, 15 without loss, replying to Lancashire's 202. Essex 318 for 8, they lead Nottinghamshire by 278 at Trent Bridge. Rained late at Edgbaston, where Worcestershire 237 for 2. They lead Warwickshire by 264. An interesting game there. No play on day 3 at Derbyshire, again against Gloucestershire. Sussex 204 for 3 in reply to Northamptonshire's 371. No Simpson yet for Sussex. 106 for Haynes. 68 for Coles. They were 94 for 3, 210 for 3 now. Sussex. And close at Headingley, Yorkshire 72 for 2, replying to Leicestershire's 354.
I'm just going through those other scores around the country. You've got to remember how fortunate we've been here at Lords. Not a single ball lost to weather as yet, and just about everywhere else, as you say, 2 games no play at all.
Who's your favourites for Division 2 this year?
It sounds like a very loaded question. I would say I think it's going to be a very competitive division, in that I think at least half the division will feel they can be in those top 2 slots.
Who are you ruling out?
Do you know, I don't think I would want to rule out anybody at this stage. People perennially will say Leicestershire, but Leicestershire made great strides last year, and I think they may be more competitive than some think.
Glorious shot, straight down the grounds. Powerfully punched back past the bowler. That'll have felt good for Higgins. 413 for 4. Middlesex trail by 207 now. Floodlights on their way up on the far side of the ground. The winds in the second half of today are due to drop in speed. First half of the day it was a thunderous wind, really.
Going back to the question of who will be the teams to watch in Division 2, and having sat on the fence so far, I'm going to say I think that those two sides in action at Hove are both going to be involved, Sussex and Northants.
So Gloucestershire finished bottom last year without a win to their name. Yorkshire, with their points deduction, finished second bottom with 3 wins. Derbyshire third bottom with Leas Deploy. Derbyshire without Leas Deploy. And then Glamorgan were 5th. Whispers in the corridors of the media centre that Yorkshire will finish top of Division 2 this year. Glamorgan last year, 1 win, 12 draws. Nobody drew more than Glamorgan last year in Division 2. So they finished 5th. 4th place were Leicestershire with 3 wins. Sussex 3rd with 3 wins. Worcestershire, Durham going up with 5 and 7 wins respectively.
Of course, one thing to keep in mind is this year the points for a draw have gone back up to 8, so draws perhaps carrying more weight than they would have done last season.
Would Glamorgan have gone up last year with those draws? Ahead of... no. So Sussex, Leicestershire, Glamorgan, in the order of those that were left. Middlesex coming down with Northamptonshire. I think between the 5. Those 5, perhaps. 2 from 5 there, Derbyshire. Well, mind you, Yorkshire, as we said, yeah. Derbyshire and Gloucestershire, perhaps the 2 least likely. Big game at Wantage Road next week for Middlesex in their next match. Glamorgan entertain Derbyshire next week, so one of those teams that we're saying not particularly fancied to go up. It'd be an opportunity to get the home win for Glamorgan. Bit of shape on that for Douthwaite coming back in through the air. Division 2 matches next week: Leicestershire, Sussex, Gloucestershire, Yorkshire. Yes, no, no, maybe.
It's slightly strange mentioning that fixture next week at Wantage Road. That, again, in the same slot as it was last season for Middlesex. Always seems to be an early season game when they're in the same division.
It was an ominous defeat last year for Middlesex at Wantage Road as well, wasn't it? Oh, fingertips on that. We'll look from the other side. Oh, just out of reach. I think the bat was grounded, but only just.
It's interesting, isn't it, how you now see, more so in white ball cricket, how bowlers have become more skilled at trying to deflect a drive onto the stumps. It's something that I think years gone by, occasionally it would happen by accident, and now, you know, you almost feel it's something bowlers actually practice doing.
Still smiling, Douthwaite. Hooked fine. .29 overs bowled, still 18 remain on day 3, 417 for 4. Middlesex trailing by 203 runs still, so still another 54 to avoid the follow-on.
And it would be quite interesting to see what approach Middlesex do take if, and dare I say when, they get beyond that follow-on target, because where do you go in this game at that stage? Or is it just a case of bat as long as you can and see what happens?
I think it's 150 or 149 behind. Throw the bat. Throw the bat hard and then see where they can go. But they still have to get there first. Fine start to the over from Miles. North East talked about it yesterday. Final day, the pitch might do a little bit more. So Middlesex needs to be wary. Just get these 54 runs. Make sure they're over the line. See if it is Glamorgan that they can put the pressure onto. Slip under, gully in place now. It's in that one. Run off the thick edge, soft hands, angle bat. And beat the bat. Wow, that was dismissive. Four, 2-1 for 4. Middlesex trail by 199, down below 200. 50 more to avoid the follow-on. Slow ball bouncer. Try and attempt Higgins into the mistake with the field set back on the onside. Ends the over though, 131. Over's done now, so 421 for 4. Still another 31 overs till another new ball for Glamorgan. Middlesex by that point would hope to be in a reasonable position themselves, perhaps even with a declaration, if not before then indeed. Possibly even this evening if they got close enough with the run rate. What is it going at the moment? 3 and over, 16 left tonight. It's 48. That would have them, yeah, 3.21. They'd be potentially able to declare another couple of overs tonight if it continues at this rate. Clipped with a plum by Davies. Overpitched. It's beautifully put away. Square of the wicket. Working with that angle, we've seen them going at the leg side theory with a leg gully, leg slip. Not at the moment. Slip in an orthodox gully. 100 partnership as well, 425 for 4. On 50 partnership, sorry.
And it would definitely send, I think, send out a message in that scenario you just described, Kevin, where Middlesex declare and have a couple of overs at Glamorgan tonight. It would just say we're going to try and make something happen in this game and put you under a bit of pressure.
The only reason why not to tonight would be to say, well, let's try and actually get close to parity because wicket's in hand, let's throw the bat at it. That would be the only reason not to. I could happily see it either way, whichever way they went with. Have a couple of overs tonight at the Kookaburra, see if they can make something happen, but actually, how do you take those couple of overs this evening? If you've got to 5, 6, 7 overs left this evening. And they have passed the follow-on target, and they could perhaps throw the bat at it. Going down, I think. Even with the slope right time around, he's delivering from wide on the crease. You can see on the footholds there. Very wide on the crease. Yep. Completely missing leg. Single 20 over, 4-2, 6 for 4, 194. Still the deficit. Davies keep the strike on 60.
Certainly, I think something to be said for that idea of Middlesex declaring and just seeing where it goes. Because from the Glamorgan perspective, if they don't make Middlesex follow on, it's hard to see any way that they can win this game. They're not going to risk setting a target on the final afternoon, you would think, certainly not in the first game of the season. So if Middlesex can get to that 4-7-1 mark, then I think it's very much in their hands to decide, you know, how this game pans out.
Time for some spin. Carlson's back. 1 for 73 so far. Nice start against the left-hander. Davies did go down the ground against Carlson, where Middlesex were considering going for that batting point inside the 110. They were 10 runs short of it in the end. Oh, that's tight, and that's gone. Back and across, and he's missed a straight one, Davies. Carlson strikes in his latest spell with his second ball. An excellent 60 from Davies from 160 balls. Just missed a straight one on that though. 4-2-6 for 5 now. Middlesex still just need to get over the line in the follow-on. Hits in line. Hitting top of middle and leg.
You can see his disappointment there, Jack Davies, as he goes off, having put in so much of the hard yards there, and potentially he would have been thinking there was a big score there for the taking. But good innings by him overall. He did the job that was needed there. It's a partnership of 150 plus with Ryan Higgins, and could go a long way towards saving this game.
Josh de Carries comes out at number 7. Not a bad number 7 to be bringing out in this situation. Has opened for Middlesex in the championship before. Coming out to face a bit of spin. Speaking of spin, how'd your boys burgled a point at Old Trafford, Gus?
I'm stressed. Have Man United done it again? They did it. Got away with it in the FA Cup, and they got away with it anyway. Liverpool's wasted too many chances, but let's concentrate on the cricket. Been a good day for Middlesex, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been excellent, hasn't
They've
it?
played really well. I mean, I think close of play last night was saying that Middlesex had to be still in their first innings at the close of play today to sort of be, well, in with a chance of saving the game, and they are 14 and a half overs to go, or just under 14 overs to go, and sorry, just under 15 overs to go, and 4 wickets in the day, so excellent effort. Higgins has been marvellous again. Stoneman very good. That'd have done a power of good for Jack Davies there as well, spending all that time at the crease on his first game as a keeper, trying to replace Jack. John Simpson, even. Blimey, my mind's gone blank, but a nice way to get off the mark for Josh de Carries there. A little cut for 4, but no, a lot of pressure on Jack Davies, following the footsteps of John Simpson, Middlesex legend, and I say to score some runs as he did would have brought him a huge amount of satisfaction. Just a shame he couldn't push on a little bit longer.
It has been a good day because you can't underestimate the pressure Middlesex are under in this innings. 620 for 3 declared. You've got to go out and do it yourself, and as we say, they're still 39 runs shy of the follow-on. It's taken an awful lot of work to get here. I don't think Glamorgan have put down a chance either.
No, I mean, Glamorgan have bowled better than Middlesex, put Middlesex under more pressure, batters under more pressure than Middlesex. Bowlers put the Glamorgan batters under pressure, but yeah, when you're faced with such a hard score, it's difficult. Where do you go with your innings? Are you aggressive? Are you defensive? You don't want to go too much into your shell, but equally you don't want to get out playing a rash shot. But I think they've got it, the balance really right, actually. I mean, look at the run rate, scoring at 3.25. I know for most of Glamorgan's innings, until they sort of really put the foot down at the end, it was sort of 3.8, wasn't it? So half a run and over. More that or quicker that Glamorgan was scoring out.
But actually that everybody's chips in on the Middlesex scorecard as well for this is testament to a good team performance. It hasn't just been one player's put their foot on it.
No, they've all batted for hours, haven't they? That's the thing. I think 43, 97, Holden got 50 odd.
37 deploy.
37 deployed. Higgins 100. Jack Davies 60.
No pressure, Josh. Poor old Zainal Hassan at the start of play yesterday, or first day, with his 16. He's the only player really not to have got in.
I suppose the thing is now you don't let it slip in the last hour of the day or whatever. And I know it's sort of sides on 432 for 5, but you say all of a sudden you do lose 5 wickets in these next 15 overs, and Glamorgan will inevitably then be 150, 160 ahead. They can go and have a crazy hour and a half in the morning, and all of a sudden you've got 4.5 hours of sort of pressurised batting again, which, all right, on the pitch you sort of say that it should be something you should cope with relatively easily, but again, all of a sudden that you're putting yourself in a pressure situation, and that's something they'll want to avoid, because I suppose the last hour or two they start to relax a bit on that Middlesex balcony, but you're always thinking, it's like Jeff Boycott line, and it always put 2 wickets on the score type of situation.
Well, it was a big shame for Jack Davies there, wasn't it, as you say, but also for Middlesex in the sense that, at 3.24 and over, they'd have been dear. Now that would have gone. Big puff of dust just in front of the stumps where the throw missed from Miles.
Yeah, I don't think Josh was looking for that run there, so maybe not the brightest single.
Let's look for that puff of dust, give you an idea. There goes the bat going down. There's the puff of dust.
He'd have been out. He'd have been out. Morgan's fielding's been good.
Well, they haven't showed a chance. There was one to the keeper standing up, McIlroy to Higgins, but I mean,
it's a
some
thick
catch.
It is. I mean, you don't. I mean, it's difficult to see because you've got to know how thick the edge was, and it might just sort of hit the top of the webbing and knob up. It's not.
Actually, Middlesex held on to one or two of their chances. The scoreboard looks pretty even right now. But ifs and buts.
Well, one drop only cost 320 runs, didn't it? I mean, not as though it was an expensive one or anything like that. So Max got, what did he get? 53. He's still 267 in debit. Hope he's not listening.
But yeah, had Davies not fallen there, then 3.24 and over as they've been going. Middlesex actually would have been, yeah, still will be probably, but beyond the follow-on target. And all of a sudden, it's Middlesex who kind of boss the game once you're beyond the follow-on. Do you throw the bat? Do you keep going? Do you try and put a little bit of third innings pressure on Glamorgan themselves at some point, as you say? Middlesex falls short and.
Does it actually? I always remember when Middlesex won the county championship, and it was against Glamorgan at it was Sophia Gardens then, and Viv Richards and I'm trying to remember the Dale. Adrian Dale got double hundreds, and Glamorgan got 550 for 6 declared or something like that. 4-day game, so it'd probably be 93. And Middlesex was sort of Embers got 100 actually, I think as night watchman, and we were sort of wondered, do we declare behind to open the game up, or do we go past? And I suppose you declare behind and then you're reliant on the opposition. If you go past, you're trying to take control. So we thought, sod it, will go past. So we went past 30 or 40 runs, and Keith Brown got a very good 100 too, I think. And lo and behold, Tufnell got 9 for. Tufnell's got 9 from the second innings, bowled beautifully on a pitch that was suddenly started taking spin. And we went out there and knocked 70 or 80 off quickly to win the game. So it doesn't feel like that's going to happen in this one, but even then, I'd imagine there were lots of stages in that game at Glamorgan where Middlesex would have been, or people watching would have thought, well, this is going to peter out into a draw, but something did happen very quickly on that last day. The funniest thing there was that Viv got a double 100 in the first innings, so wonderful knock, and sort of see the quality of the man. He just wanted to bat, and he did bat on a good surface. But in the second innings, so he came in and was asking for his garden, sort of wanting to get on with it, and Tuff was messing about, and Viv got quite agitated, and sort of because he was changing the field or lost his run up or just carrying on about something, and sort of just irritated Viv. And then the first ball that he bowled at Viv spat, gloved him, caught short leg, so Tuffers went absolutely ballistic. So he's got Viv Richards out first spell, and sort of huge celebrations by him and everybody else. And anyway, so the game's won, we win the game, and we're sort of sat in the dressing room, sort of obviously elated, and there's a knock on the door, and it's Viv. And the dressing room door, and it's Viv, and he goes, "Where's Tufnell?" And Tuffers is, well, I won't say, but he did that to himself. He was absolutely petrified. And Gat said, "He's over there." And Gat sort of pointed, so he said, "Right." So he just sauntered across our dressing room, sat next to Tuffers, put his hand out, shook him by the hand and said, "Well bowled," and walked off. And never seen such a relieved man in your life as Tuffers. He was like, "Oh, thank God for that. I thought he was going to come and pin me against the wall."
Sorry, I had you to protect him, Gus.
Oh no, there's no way I was going to get in the way of Viv. Not that brave.
Ricky is telling a couple of nice stories bowling against Viv. Told a great story, actually. I never really considered it. You know, all the great West Indian players that played county cricket, 80s and 90s. We're just talking about the start of the season. You know, earliest triple century. That Langer triple century in 2007 was April 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st was the 3-day game. So I reckon it's probably the 20th when he scored the triple century at Taunton. But we were just talking about the early season starts, and you were saying obviously April 1st report back. Ricky was saying it was mid-April. There used to be a flight from Barbados just full of players flying across to the UK for the summer. It must have been a same flight every year. Must have been an absolutely great time.
BWIA, I bet. Well, actually thinking about it, I mean, Sam Robson, I think, scored the earliest first-class 100 ever. He got it on the 31st of March. There was a year where we played, and it was at Merchant Taylor's School. So we played a first-class match against probably Durham or Cambridge, I can't remember which one it was, at Merchant Taylor's School, and I think he's the only that's the earliest in the year that a first-class 100 has been scored. 31st of March. What's that? That's only a week ago, isn't it?
That's what Ricky was saying. They couldn't figure out the temperatures. He said, "Hold on a minute, what? April 5th, it must be freezing."
He was quick, Ricky. Real shame his back injury. I always remember we played a NatWest game at Uxbridge against Notts, and he was bowling from the, I think it was Mike Gatting end, road end, way end, or whatever it's called, and he bowled a bumper at Tim Robinson, who sort of just, it was quick on him, and it sort of hit the top of his bat as he was sort of just shaping to hook or pull it, and it just went flat. Another little nudge down the leg side for 4 by Higgins, and it went flat and hit the sight screen and sort of was stuck in the sight screen, one of the wooden sight screens, one of the sort of cross sort of poles. Absolutely lightning delivery, like woo. Because he was awkward, Ricky, because he's not tall, so he was sort of skidded at you. He was flat, sort of difficult to get out of the way of.
I was trying to think who would have been like, who a comparison would have been.
It was a bit like a Tino Best type bowler.
Speaking of stories off the field, was it Tino Best at Merchant Taylor's School? Nick Gubbins, Adam Voges, Ollie Rayner. There was a game at MTS, wasn't there, got a little bit lively?
Well, he bowled some beamers, didn't he?
Didn't he go after Gubbins in the interval or something? I'll say go after him, but he was giving it a bit of lip and some serious lip, and Ollie Rayner stood in between him and said, "If you want the youngster, you're going to have to go through me first."
I don't remember that. I just remember him not doing himself any favours there. Tino, he wasn't. It wasn't a great moment for him that week in his actions all round, to be honest. I won't go into them, but he wasn't very good. But Middlesex won. That was the first win of the 2016 championship year, so that's where it all started, really.
Who was he playing for then? What was that match?
Hampshire.
Hampshire. Yes.
Because Voge, Simpson, Milan, I think, all got hundreds in that game.
I think that's the first time I've told that story about Rayner standing in between Gubbins and Best. So you have to get. So how many years does it go before you can start telling the stories?
Well, I always remember, again, another incident in the West Indies when so Gordon Greenidge was a fiery bloke, brilliant player, but quite a fiery bloke. And Gladstone Small was one of the gentlest men you'll ever meet, and Gladstone Small there was an incident, I say an appeal or something like that in the match, and Gordon Greenidge got away with it, and then Gladstone got Gordon out and gave him a bit of a send-off, not verbally or anything like that, but sort of signalled to the dressing room or something like that. So the game finished, and we're sort of at Kensington Oval, the dressing room there. The dressing room there used to be sort of go up the steps, and one dressing room on the left, one's on the right. And I was in the dressing room already, and someone said, "Oh, Gordon's got Gladstone by the throat outside." So they pinned him up against the wall, and Devon Malcolm shot out like a bullet. And I don't know what, obviously it sort of calmed down by then, but I thought there's one person you don't want to mess with, that's Devon. If he is a strong man, and not aggressive or violent in any shape or form, but blimey, if Devon got hold of you aggressively, it'd just throw you around like a rag doll.
Lovely seeing Devon now on the circuit, isn't it? 'Cause he's one of the match referees.
He is. He's doing a bit of work for Middlesex in the community as well, helping sort of with around the Tottenham Haringey area, hopefully he's supporting some events where we're obviously trying to promote cricket in those areas.
Overs left on the third day. Middlesex trailing by 179. 30 more, sorry, to avoid the follow-on. Glamorgan's over 8, by the way, has come down from -3 to -2 at the moment, so still got to get that down.
So Carrie Carswell, who was the head of participation director, she's sadly left us. Well, she's still involved with the women's game. She's gone to coach up in Scotland. She said, "I'm listening to your commentary." She's still awake then. "Did you ever bat to save a game?" "I'm being serious," she says. "Of course I did. Old Trafford against South Africa. Not out.
How many balls? Ewan Croft, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's probably about 25.
Donald.
Yeah, last over.
De Villiers.
Donald de Villiers.
Pollock.
Entini. I faced Donald though. I had 3 overs of Donald.
Nice.
Got hit on that. I remember it was one of those ones where we drew it, and my dad was up there watching, so we just sort of you sort of left straight after the match, and not that I think I was going back to play for Middlesex the next day, but you didn't sort of stay up there and have a big session. It was sort of in the car and off you go back home. You've been away for a week type of thing. And Dad was in the car with me. I was sort of I was halfway down the M1, and sort of my hands started hurting because I've been hit on the hands sort of 4 or 5 times by Donald, and fortunately they punched the thing down, and all of a sudden the adrenaline sort of nothing was broken, but the sort of adrenaline that's in your body in those moments sort of disappears from your body, and the aches and pains come along. I wrote 1,000 words. I wrote 1,000 words on Naught Not Out. That's probably why I ended up getting a journalist job. You can write 1,000 words on the Naught Not Out. So, Carrie, I did. Thank you. There were lots of times where I didn't get to the end.
What was the worst one where you didn't? I was thinking
I mean, you always sort of look at that sort of James Anderson against Sri Lanka moment and things like that, wasn't it? Where the almost last ball of the day or last over the day, and you get out. Shot Josh, punched that nicely through the offside. Again, I think that shows the quality of the pitch when you play a shot like that, doesn't it? Easy paced, trust the bounce. Just punch it through the offside. But I didn't have many of them. I was probably I was 9 or 10, so you were always out. You weren't. A few times when you look back and think that was a dreadful shot you played, or awful bit of cricket. But
I just think of Finney in 2017 at Taunton when he got out, and there was no saving it at that point, but even still the dejection, because that was the relegation, wasn't it? Finn at Taunton. Just looking up at the dressing room after he got out, stood in the middle, that helpless moment, and that's it, they're down.
one of my worst dismissals was here. I got run out.
Embers?
No, John Carr. End of a one-day game. Actually, so bowlers from the nursery end. I'm at the non-strikers end. John Carr hit it to mid-off. Ran for, so it's at the end of a one-day game. So get him back on strike. So tapped down one short. Didn't get in the other end. We didn't walk off. None. Run two. No runs. Run out. Everybody's laughing at you. 5,000-6,000 people in the ground having a chuckle at it.
That's a great one, yes. So you asked Roland Butcher. Was your high score, Butch? 197. Run out by John Embry.
Well, Butch wasn't a great runner, so I can say that because he's not in the box.
Which is irony, because he was a gun fielder, wasn't he?
Yeah, wonderful fielder. He wasn't a great runner. He was quick, so he could get out of trouble.
Compton and Shah were always a pair when they were together batting. That was always a...
Well, Gat was never a great runner either.
Eight overs to go on the third day. Middlesex building again with Zakaris and Higgins to get them over the line of the follow-on first and foremost, and see where the game goes from there.
27 runs required. It's also time as well, isn't it?
So the wicket of Davies has just slowed things down again, because as I say, they're probably going to be 4 or 5 overs tonight where they'd be at parity.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, again,
parity,
you just first game of the season, Glamorgan out in the dirt for 140 overs now. Even if you could follow, would you do it?
Yeah.
You'd probably say, well, that's bad again, and score quickly rather than get 250, 300 ahead and then sort of have 60 overs at Middlesex or whatever it might be. But even 360 overs, you think, well, on this surface with the short boundary.
Well, that's the thing. If Middlesex, if Davies had been there, it's not Davies' fault, but if Davies had been there,
well, it is his fault.
He missed it.
No one else's.
4 or 5 overs, throwing the bat tonight and another foot. They'd be better staying out there, was the point, rather than declaring a long way behind. Try and get somewhere close to the Glamorgan score, dash, and then just see if you could put some pressure on the start of that Glamorgan innings. We saw it in the Sussex game here, didn't we, last year? Came a point where you thought, hold on a minute, Middlesex could win this. To Pujara's massive score in the first innings. John Simpson's been and gone for Sussex, bowled by Zabe for 3. Hudson Prentice and Lamb together on the south coast now. Sussex 264 for 6 in reply to Northamptonshire's 371.
Sussex captain. I wonder how he's found that.
Probably the only way they could afford him, wasn't it? Make him captain. It's been a feast or famine innings. Haynes 133, Coles 78, so the 264 for 6. The next highest score is 12 by Clark opening. 3 for Allsop, 5 for Carter, 3 for Simpson, Hudson, Prentice and Lamb together now. Could be a tight Division 2 this year, couldn't it? Northamptonshire coming down, Yorkshire will be looking to head on up. Glamorgan obviously here have shown what they're made of. Yeah.
Durham haven't bowled a ball yet, have they?
No. No. And nor have Derbyshire and Gloucestershire.
Shot, Josh.
That's another good shot, isn't it? 4 more.
Sliced it. Lovely shot. 4 runs again. I mean, there's lots of. I mean, if the Middlesex declare, not now, but or do you just keep batting? I mean, we've had actually quite a good pre-season in the way that we've the 3 two-day games we had. We didn't miss much time because of the weather, even though it's been incredibly wet everywhere. So fortunate there. But equally, all of a sudden, you want to get everybody half an hour or so at the crease tomorrow.
I think you've got to keep batting. Keep going.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to be pulling out 140 behind. I wouldn't have thought at this stage of the season. Although saying that, I mean, chasing runs on this surface, I can't imagine Glamorgan would be keen to jeopardise the result of a game where they've scored 620 for 3.
Let's probably have a look back at that Sussex game last year, actually see how it played out, the Pujara match. Just still got that table up. Derbyshire and Gloucestershire without a win last year. They're the 2 in action at the moment. As such, kind of in the favourites to finish bottom 2. But other than that this year, Yorkshire, Glamorgan, Leicestershire, Sussex, Middlesex and Northamptonshire. It could be a tight one. Northamptonshire beat Middlesex in the second round last year at Wantage Road, and that's where Middlesex go next week.
Yeah, that wasn't a great 2 or 3 days for Middlesex. That was there for the first day of that match. Tentative cricket.
Well, it was a bad start to the season that Middlesex then did recover from, and then it was thereafter a bit of a slow slide to relegation thereafter, even though there was a bit of a mid-season recovery. But it was the 2 Northamptonshire matches, really, wasn't it? The tie at Merchant Taylors and that defeat, as you say, in the second round, not a good few days.
Yeah, I didn't play well enough. Well, there hasn't been any moaning about it. I think the club has accepted that it wasn't good enough last year, and we deserve what we got. Must do better, and that's what the ambition is this year.
goodness me, 2 years ago was that Sussex. You've been up and down again since then. It only seems like yesterday, that Pujara innings.
We talked about that yesterday. Like young Seamer Curry, wasn't he? Played in that game. Bowled very well.
Honestly,
someone went mad for Middlesex, didn't they? Would it have been Roland Jones?
Yep. Middlesex playing at the top end of the square, weren't they? And he hit a 6 to old Father
Yeah,
Time.
there was a sort of crazy hour where all of a sudden we got within, almost avoided the follow on and just thought there's nothing to lose here, go for it, and it was carnage for 45 minutes.
It was his 3rd double century of the season at that point, July 2022.
Is he back this year for them, Pujara?
Yeah, I think they've got him for about 5 games this year.
It's one of those ones where you look, well, does that coincide when we play them? Well, it'll be interesting in a fortnight here because I think Root and Brook will play, so a couple of people, good cricketers to come. Well, there's always good cricketers to come and watch, but a couple of people will be playing Test cricket probably for England this summer.
Pujara scored 231. 523 all out.
But I don't think they played that very well there, Sussex. They got to the stage where they just dribbled along, didn't they? And they needed to be more aggressive, and it almost kept Middlesex in the game. So they didn't get 620, they got 520, didn't they?
Yeah, 523.
Although again, you might have bowled better as a team.
Murtagh, Roland Jones, Yadav, Helm, Holman, Milan, Stoneman all had a bowl. Then in reply, Middlesex 485. In fact, John Simpson got a century, didn't he? But Roland Jones 85 off 78 balls, 11 fours and 3 sixes. And Tom Helm had a few. Just dies a little. So 485. Then the start.
So we're sort of 40 behind, and then there's some wickets, weren't there?
God, look at that.
Helm bowled well, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, he had an excellent game. He picked up Allsop, Pujara, Carter, Rawlins, all in quick succession. Roland Jones had run out Ali Orr at the top, so they were. Good stop, holds him to a single. Yeah, with that lead of 40 odd in the game, which was pretty much dead by that point. They were then 69 for 5, 85 for 6. Then Daniel Ibrahim held them up a little bit, and Archie Lennon 96 for 7 and 143 for 8. So the lead of 180 or so by then. That was it, wasn't it? Basically. But it was until the. I think it wasn't even so much Ibrahim, it was Archie Lenham's 19 from 106 minutes. Carvelis 57 from 138, but by then I think
He bowled quite well as well, I think, at one stage, didn't he?
Some bloke called Finn as well, wasn't there? 10 from 85. 85
for minutes. You get a wicket, Finn?
I don't think he did he? Middlesex first innings, Finn, none for 90 from 24. But yeah, that's pretty much what we're saying, is it? Middlesex get to 149 behind and then can thrash some runs. Then you're in that match situation of the Sussex match where it looked completely dead, heading for a draw, and all of a sudden burst into life. So we need another 20 runs before we get too excited there. Nice use of the feet. Oh, nice attempts from Carlson trying to flick it back towards the stumps. End of the over, 452 for 5. Middlesex still need 19 to avoid the follow-on, 4 to go today. Ingram from the pavilion end, bit of leg spin. Higgins last year, 1 century and 8 50s, averaged 41.5. So a fair bet this is the first Lord century, which is what we were just mastering off there.
Yeah. Well done. Nice moment.
Ooh. Yeah. Chops it into the glove. An nervy 18 runs, so that have been held. Higgins still there on 124. So Northeast did say that at the close of play to you last night. He's like, well, yeah, it might look a flat one, but you never quite know how it will play on the 4th day. It's not a pitch that's going to break up in any way.
No, well, I suppose at this time of the season there's still a lot of moisture down quite deep in the soil, isn't there? So it's not going to deteriorate as quickly as it would do in July, August, when it's been, I wouldn't say baked in an English summer, but certainly the water content is a lot lower than it currently will be. And I suppose that is one of the things at this time of the year as well. Pitches are drier, there's more moisture down underneath, so therefore the ball is going to, it's a bit deader, so the ball doesn't do what it does as quickly, which in one way might sort of explain the reasons why there are a lot of runs scored, or more runs than people think in April, and yet it all happens a little bit quicker. It's a bit sharper, isn't it, when you get to July and the surfaces are crusty and baked.
Certainly Ricky Elcock was looking at this one, glad he wasn't bowling. Pretty much just his summary of the day.
Well, he didn't bowl much anyway, did he? Just come on and bowl 4 quick overs and then slide off. Have another thing. I will have another spell. He wasn't chugging away trying to create some pressure.
Just trying to do some damage to some side screens.
Yeah.
Just a single. 15 more to avoid the follow-on for Middlesex. 2 and a bit over, so not quite going to do it tonight then. ball. Got a few of those. Extras up to 28 now. Frustrate Glamorgan.
Carlson ever bowled? I mean, I knew he'd bowled a little bit of spin, but I can't imagine he's bowled 27 overs in the game before. Talking before about, who was it? Was it even after the first day? Someone mentioned about not playing Crane, spinner. Lewis Deploy turned a few balls on that first day. Has it really spun much since? There hasn't really been much since, has there?
No, he's been the one to turn it biggest, hasn't he, Deploy? It's just been interesting. Bit of late evening sunshine creeping over the back of the Warner. Shadows with them.
There we go, one spun.
Up on the splice.
Bounced. So they turn into a minefield. Distinguished running style, hasn't he, Higgins? He sort of just sort of waddles down, doesn't he, with his bat? Sort of puts his bat in his right hand, and he holds the bat with two hands. It sort of scampers when he's looking for two, but just sort of waddles down when he takes a long, easy single like that.
Spinner to spinner. Slipping a short leg. One's come of the day from the pavilion end. On delivery, that is, then one over from the nursery.
Yeah, it's a solemn end to the day, isn't it? Quiet, sort of sleepy Sunday end as the shadows extend over the ground. But a day much needed for Middlesex. Day one, chastening in there anyway. Stick the opposition in, get 370 for 3. Missed a couple of drop catches. Day two in the field, horrendous, getting smacked around for 620. Sam Northeast breaking the record here, all Glamorgan. And to be fair, Middlesex finished the day well, just losing 1 wicket in the evening on the second day, but came here under a lot of pressure. 130 still. 490 still, 350 runs behind, avoiding the follow-on. So to finish this day, having lost just 4 wickets and put on 330 runs is something they'll be chuffed with. The batting obviously struggled last year, well reported, and even though it's a flat pitch, you've still got to get the confidence, haven't you, in your body really, and I suppose it'll do the batting unit a power of good, the fact that they've actually faced up to this and come out of it in a good position so far. So a really good day for Middlesex.
Yeah, I think today and yesterday evening put the first 5 sessions of the match into perspective. Middlesex didn't bowl that badly. It's a Kookaburra ball. They'd have held a couple of chances.
You're a bit more forgiving than me. I'm not saying we should have skittled them or anything like that, but equally, I think you've got to set the bowling stands. I mean, they know that. They've got bowling stands have got to be, expectations have got to be higher than what we saw at times in the first innings, but they'll come together.
I mean, I always think of that helm over in the first innings where he found the edge on 3 occasions,
yeah.
didn't he? There was one of them put down. I think that was the Holden drop, wasn't it, at backward point? One to come of the day, a couple of slips in. But there were 2 more edges in that over that went away for 4. Just think, goodness me, how different just even that over could have been for the match. That's it.
There we go. The Cares push it to short leg. And Higgins gets a little pat on the back from Carlson. Well deserved. Another outstanding performance from Higgins. Second season back at Middlesex, having disappeared down the road to Bristol for 5 or 6 years. Everybody here welcome to see him back, and he's justified the return and keeps showing everybody what a good cricketer he is. So he'll be chuffed to bits. First 100 for Middlesex, well, first 100 at Lords. Sorry, I was going to say first 100 for Middlesex at Lords, but first 100 at Lords. And he'll sleep well tonight, and he'll be looking forward to coming out there and batting for another couple of hours at least tomorrow. And I think someone like Josh de Cares, who's looked in no trouble at all there towards the back end of the day, he'll be hoping to spend a bit of time there and get himself into the season. So Glamorgan's innings, 620 and 139 overs. Carnage at the end, wasn't it? Wonderful performance by North East. Highest ever score in a first-class game on this venue. Ingram another 102, and Middlesex response, as we were saying before, everybody's batted for 50 balls or more now, which is not just good because it means that you're scoring runs, but equally it's taking energy out of the opposition's bowlers. So Middlesex faced 8 overs more than Glamorgan to date, but still 160 runs behind. So what's going to happen tomorrow?
If Middlesex have a good morning session, we'll have an interesting afternoon, won't we?
Yeah, I suppose they can get 100 in the session, you never know. Bowlers have had their feet up for 2 nights.
Put right a few wrongs.
Yeah, come and have a go for a couple of hours and see whether you can create something in 35, 40 overs. You never know, but
it'll be back to that Sussex game of 2 years ago. Will there be just that little pinch at the start of the Glamorgan innings or not? Assuming Middlesex get the next 11 runs.
I normally sort of bite there, don't I?
Well,
a few bruised. I'm just looking at that. There's a few bruised bowling figures there, aren't there?
Credit to Ethan Bambo. Prior to Carlson just picking up that recent wicket, he was the only bowler in the match to take 2 wickets, wasn't he? So plugged away nicely. But yeah,
really good day for Middlesex. Well played the batters. It's been tough for Glamorgan's bowlers as it was tough for Middlesex's bowlers, but who knows what might happen tomorrow? You never know, do you, in cricket? It's one of the joys of it.
Exactly that. Thanks, Fraser. Thanks very much. We'll see you tomorrow at some point.
Yep.
Good stuff. Enjoy your Sunday evening, folks, wherever you are. Thanks for your company today. Middlesex still 160 behind at Stumps on day 3. Do join us back in the morning if you can, 11 o'clock. We'll pick up the stream here from Lords in association with Daffabet and just see where this match will take us tomorrow. Middlesex close, day 3, 460 for 5.